or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
Welcome to EdTech Vibe. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
And good morning. Welcome to the very last EdTech Live for the end of the 2020-21 school year. When putting together our sessions this year, or this last session, we were thinking about what types of tools you might want to explore or items that you might be interested in for increasing student engagement as you get over that last hurdle to finish up our school year.
Yes, and today's lineup includes some really cool tools that we're going to be looking at. So we're going to look at digital breakouts today, digital gallery walks, self-checking documents, because those are needed, right? Like that's a thing we all need. We also are going to look at creating some custom GIFs. I said GIF, not GIF. Our team says GIF because it makes everyone happy. We're going to look at creating some custom GIFs in slides and Adobe Spark because it's cool. Before we get started, we do want to show you guys a couple of things. One, we're going to show you how to navigate YouTube because it can be a little tricky, but there are some really cool tips and tricks that I want to show you guys to make this EdTech Live experience a little bit better. And then Tammy is going to, Tammy, you're on this side of me. I don't know what.
You're on that. No, hold on. Whatever. You're beside me too.
Yeah. The other one. Tammy's going to show you how to split your screen. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys kind of how to work YouTube. So here we go. All right. So here is us live. It's kind of weird. But if you find that we are going a little too fast or a little too slow, there are a couple of things that you can do. One, you're going to come down here to this settings wheel and you're going to click playback speed once we're done live, and then you can like fast forward us or slow us down. So playback, here's slow us down because I know I talk like super fast. Tammy and I get along great because we both talk like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. That's just us. If we're going too slow, which is a possibility, you can speed us up here. Now, if you want to pause this live event, because you can, here's the pause button. Oh, look, we paused on YouTube. If you want to write something down during one of the sessions and you missed it, you can back up. Oh, look, there's the commercial. And then when you're done, you can either press play, or you can just go whoop, right back up to the front of the YouTube live stream, and you'll be joining us live again. We do have our chat going over here to the side. If you have any questions for our presenters about what they're talking about, go ahead and throw those questions here in the chat. We will be sure to relay those questions to our presenters so they can answer them before we leave today. Tammy, did I forget anything? It's been a while since I've gone over YouTube.
Yes, I think you got, did you do the pop-out thingy?
Oh, no, yes, see?
Okay, I was like, did I miss that? That's like super important.
It is. Oh, okay.
And I love how we are screen inside a screen inside a screen inside a screen now.
It just keeps going, right? That's what I was about to say. Okay, so if you want to follow along and like work alongside our presenters, because you're like, I have to do this in order to really learn it, because that's me, there is a way that you can pop out this YouTube screen, open a new tab. And so how you do that, so here's my mouse, because there are so many mice on the screen, mouse, little clicky arrows, that guy. I'm going to put him right here and I'm going to move around. So I'm going to right click once, right click a second time. So right click twice, and then I'm going to picture in picture. Where did my picture go? Tammy.
I don't know where your picture went. It should be in a new tab.
I know.
I think Ryan got lost.
I did. There's
You have too many YouTubes.
so much going on. Found it.
Okay.
I found it. Boom.
Yay.
Right there. Okay. We're good now. Sorry, see, technology, it can be my friend. And then like, it's like, ha, 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 ha. No, it's not. So now I have this, now I have this picture in picture. I can make this bigger or really, really small. I need it nice and big to see. And then I can come to this new tab and I can work alongside the presenter. Now, don't click this X. Do not, because then it's going to close the YouTube tab completely. So whenever you want to go back into YouTube, you're going to find this little box right here and it'll send you right back into YouTube. Okay. So that's how I know I love that feature. When it works the first time I ask it to.
Well, yes. And there's another option for you as well, and that is to split your screen. So you can do the pop out or you can split your screen. The preference is yours. If you are unfamiliar how to do this, let me show you how to do this now. On your screen, if you are using a Windows device, you have that little Windows key circled in left. And you have arrows on the right, and you can tell your computer where do you want to put the screen. So let me model this for you. So here's our YouTube. I decided not to have the screen where we're actually looking at ourselves.
Well, I mean, and it shows all of your beautiful tabs.
Yes, it does. Well, actually, this is just my presentation tabs for today. So,
oh
so
boy.
you pull your little guy out right here. And now you're in this tab or this window, and I can hit the window and I'm going to send it to the left. Booyah. Now here's my main window. I can do the same thing on this one. I hit the windows into the right, and look, I have my YouTube on the left and what I'm going to be doing with the presenters on the right. And you can actually resize that. So sometimes it may work with a window in window, or sometimes it may work better for you to be able to split your screen, but you have both options. So feel free. Yes, options are good as long as they work.
Yes.
And we have in the wings our two presenters.
Yes. So up first today is Jenny Long and Celie Clark. They currently serve as instructional technologists with Eagle Mountain, is it Saginaw ISD? I don't know if I said that right.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
Yes. That's brownie points.
Yes. Brownie points for saying it correctly.
Yes. And this dynamic duo, we're going to call them Gently because they're 2 in 1. They are so passionate about empowering the students that they work with technology integration and ways to make learning accessible and fun for all of our students and our teachers as well. So Jenny and Celie are co-hosts on a YouTube show called The Gently Show. So they're coming to us today live.
Yes, and they also have their blog and their YouTube show highlight the newest EdTech tools and offer tech tutorials, because I still need a lot of tech tutorials, and teachers and educators across the globe. Jenny is excited about the release of their first book in the summer of 2021. That's really cool.
I think they're being shy because their camera's not on.
We actually tried, but we need you to enable it.
Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Let me do the 3 dots and hold on. Okay, can you try now?
Oh, we did it!
Yes. We had a few hurdles to get over ourselves this morning.
It's Monday morning, right?
Yes, we couldn't know what we looked like, so we were like, wait.
It's all do our hair.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for you two out there. How many of you now use Zoom to do your hair and makeup in the morning?
Yes. I'm not gonna lie.
Video starts with people going like this.
Yes, it does.
Ready.
All right, you guys have the floor. It's all yours.
All right, sounds good. We're going to share our screen, but you'll have to bear with us too because we are Microsoft Teams users. So we use Zoom to present here or there, but we're not as fluid in it. So definitely bear with us. So, all right, I think we're off to a good start here.
Okay, look at you.
Ooh, look, we're doing good. Let's move this out of the way though, because that will be hard.
Okay.
All right, I think
got
we're
it.
ready.
All
Took us a
right.
minute.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. That was great. You guys are so fun. So I know you guys have a lot of fun on your team as well, and we love to have fun. But my name is Jenny Long.
And I'm Celie Clark.
And we are
Gently.
And we are instructional technologists with Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, which is just a little bit north of Fort Worth, Texas. So we are local Texans as well. And we are super excited to share with you our Breakout of the Norm session. And you can see in this picture right here, this is just an actual picture of our families. And we love breakouts. We love bringing in gaming aspects into our classroom. And we're going to share 3 ways that we love doing that with you guys today. And we only have 45 minutes, so it's going to be a cram-packed session. And we are going to let you kind of participate in an activity. And I'm so glad you ladies shared kind of some logistics of screen sharing and multiple windows, because it does take a lot of that to navigate all the links and everything that we're going to be showing you.
I mean,
today.
our new friend on Twitter, she's got the deluxe
Yeah,
setup.
she
She's got
does.
her 3 screens. She's ready to go. So we're excited.
All right, so we're going to share a couple different times here how you can connect with us, because we would love to get to know you. We'd love to learn from you. And like they said, we do have a YouTube show. And this past year has been a little challenging for us, just being able to be together and be in classrooms. But we're going to get that up and going again pretty soon. But you can follow us on Twitter. We have a connected account, but we also have our individual accounts. And you definitely can follow us on YouTube, where we do share EdTech tutorials and tips and tricks. And Celie might be a little obsessed with TikTok. So we do try to put our TikTok videos on YouTube so that those non-TikTokers can still see them there.
Now, there's no dancing, okay? It's
No,
all
she dances.
It's all instructional.
Good stuff though, real quick tips. And we know that nowadays, like if it's more than 3 minutes, we're like out.
Yeah.
But just quick little tips, and we learned so much on there. So if you're not on TikTok, we challenge you to go try it out, because there are so many great educational resources there. And then our blog, our website there. And then the last link is a bit.ly to all of our ways that you can connect with us there. So you can find all kinds of resources in that last link. And it is case sensitive, which has a lowercase j.
All right. So today we're talking all about gamification. And really, by bringing gamification into our classrooms, our students are able to think creatively, they're able to collaborate and play to learn, which is really what we want. We want to deepen our students' understanding of concepts and make it engaging for them, and in a way that is enjoyable and maximizes their learning potential. So like Jenny mentioned, these are pictures of our families actually at breakout rooms. Jenny, give us a little bit of background about what you experienced.
Well, last year was the first time my husband and I took our 2 oldest daughters to a physical breakout room, and it was the first time that we had done it. So it really was just really a great experience to be able to go through it together and answer those questions and really problem solve and listen to each other and work together, which doesn't always happen in my house. We have 4 children, so it's a little challenging, but it really was fun to just, we had a time limit. So we were racing against the clock, and we had to climb through things, and it was just crazy, but it was so much fun, and really, it was just a really neat experience for our family.
Did you break out in time?
Barely.
That's impressive, though.
We had to like fit through this narrow stairway and climb up, and it was neat though. It was a really fun. I think it was it was like a magical. I don't remember the character. It was a character. We had like frogs, like the Frog Princess or something. It was like a mystical thing.
That's fun. We also have been to a physical breakout room, and we, in addition, did a VR breakout room. And so this is a picture of my son doing the VR breakout room, which was so much fun. The same type of thing where we had all these obstacles and challenges we had to do together and communicate with each other. And of course, I was the weakest link because I didn't know how to shoot the bow and arrow with the controls. And so my husband and my son were both yelling across the room at me, trying to give me directions. And I mean, it was a lot of fun. So we love these experiences, and they're fun. And so why wouldn't we want to bring that into our own classrooms?
I mean, I don't see why not.
Right? And this is a fabulous TED Talk. We're not going to play it for you today, but it is a fabulous TED Talk by Gabe. And he's talking about gaming in schools and why to use gaming. One of the things he talks about is 5 things people do to increase their fluid intelligence, which is their problem-solving skills. And they include networking, so talking to each other, meeting new people, working together, also seeking novelty. People who build their problem-solving skills look for new things to do. They also challenge themselves, so they look for hard things to do. They think creatively when they come up with their solutions to solve these problems. And this is the best one, I think. They do things the hard way. And thinking about back across my own journey of how I've learned things is because we've done it the hard way. Like just last weekend, we went and did some videos. And the first day, oh my goodness, y'all, it took us hours to get set up. Second day, it was like, oh, done. I was like, oh my goodness. But it's just because we had to do it the hard way to figure it out.
And we have a coworker that says the learning is in the struggle. So he always is like, no, you got to struggle. You got to struggle. And I always like, just give me the answers. Just give me the answers.
Yeah, she does.
But it is. I mean, if you learn and have to struggle through it, if you have to struggle through it, you will learn it. So
that's true. But definitely if you have time, go back and watch this. It's a really interesting video about gaming and bringing it into our classrooms. One of the things he says, though, is that this is Generation G is what he calls it, because everything already we see products coming into our lives that include games, because these gamers are growing up and bringing these concepts into everything that we do, including Tesla. So I have a Tesla, Jenny knows. Her name is Luna, and she's very precious to me. And one of the things she has is games built right into the console. My whole family plays them. We also play them on our phone. And so definitely we see this coming up in our generation and in our products. So we definitely want to bring this into the classroom.
Definitely. So why would you use a breakout in your classroom? We've already talked about some of these things. It brings about networking and communication, problem solving, challenges, doing things the hard way, and it's something different. And when you're working together and working through those challenges, it does release that dopamine, which then in turn instills that love for learning when you're having fun and doing something with a challenge. So we're going to talk to you today about a couple of those ways you can do that in your classroom. So how it works with an escape room, and if you've been to a physical, or virtual escape room, there's like a storyline. So you can bring that into your challenge or not, it's up to you. But we love bringing in the story because it really kind of adds to the activity. And everything is hidden behind a lock. So you can, lock the page or lock the, whatever it is that you're doing, or have a form with a code. There's multiple different options, and we're going to share some of those with you. But students can work together in groups or in pairs, just, kind of depends on the setting of your classroom. And individually they could, but it's better when you work together because, again, that brings about that problem solving and collaboration. And with each successful challenge completion, again, they receive another code to get to the next password to get, unlock that one. So it just continues on. And there is a race against the clock feature that you can bring in, which of course every student loves a challenge and competition. So we always let them celebrate at the end by taking pictures and figure out who broke out first. So that's just basically kind of how it works. And there's lots of different ways that you can do it.
So if you've done a breakout room, either in person or online, will you give us a thumbs up or a shout out in the chat? So that way we can kind of gauge how many of you have actually done this type of activity.
And maybe what kind, like what,
let us know.
There's physical breakout boxes, like we have a lot of those that our teachers use too, that have like physical locks and, and I think a lot of times it's neat to combine the physical with the digital. So that's another way that you can do it. So type in
look for that as you
chat, so we have that open over here too. So we're trying to read it on the side. We see lots of our friends joining this morning, so that's exciting. Yay. And I know you guys are having a great day at Sci-Fair learning. So that's awesome that you have that opportunity.
All right, so we've talked all about the gamification, why to do it, how it works, but we don't want you just to take our word for it. These are just a few quotes from our students as we have brought gamification into the classroom. My favorite is, "Can I come after school to finish?" Because they love it so much and they don't want to stop learning and they don't want to stop engaging in this type of learning. But Jenny brought up a good point. This isn't just quotes from breakouts. This is also when we do.
Yeah, Minecraft. Like we've been going into classrooms like crazy and doing Minecraft EDU lessons with our students. And they're like, "Are you coming back tomorrow, please? We want to," and then we've even had teachers ask us to like remove Minecraft, which we don't ever want to do that. But it's just harnessing those tools in the right way, because we know kids could game all day long. I mean, mine do.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I have to limit it, but we want to use it for an educational purpose. So
yeah, I mean, we really want to harness that power of that attraction and engagement and that release of dopamine to help them fall in love with learning and doing challenges and really problem solving. All right, so we're getting some good responses. Yay.
Yeah, some
Love
Google
that.
Forms. They've done an escape room at a Tech Fest and done some digital ones. So we've got some physical and digital. So
awesome. All right.
Okay, so this here, if you have the presentation open, this is the link to our presentation. Here on this screen, EdTech Tools is actually linked to a Wakelet that we're going to explore in just a little bit that also has all the links that you need. But then each of the individual ones, Flipgrid, Wakelet, and OneNote, are what we're going to focus on today. And each of these boxes are also linked to individual Wakelets with some more resources for you. So one thing is, we are a Microsoft district, so I know there are so many options out there in Google Forms or Google Slides, things like that is probably most common. And when you search breakouts, you're bound to find those kind of activities. But we've had to be creative with the way that we do breakouts. Now, OneNote is our favorite. Oh. We live and breathe OneNote. We could spend hours talking to you about OneNote, but it's not a OneNote session, unfortunately. But we do our breakouts in OneNote. So we create pages and sections, and then we lock the pages, and the students have to do challenges to unlock and put in the code, and it unlocks the next page. So those are a lot of fun, but today we're going to focus on having you do one in Wakelet, which is another option. And then Flipgrid also, and hopefully you're somewhat familiar with Flipgrid, provides another way to do a breakout.
I've seen a really good question in the chat. Someone is asking how old our students are or what ages that we use these breakouts with. So, I mean,
we've done it all the way from probably third grade
I would say third.
Up to 12. History classes at high school. Like we did a huge 2-day breakout with a star review last year with our,
the year before, right?
I guess it was a few years ago, with our history classes. So it just really you can take it however deep and extensive you want, or as simple as just solving some math problems, just single digit math problems.
I mean, today, the example that we're going to do together is, I'd probably say 4th grade or 5th grade. It's all about nonfiction text features. And so it really just depends on your level and if you think you can modify it to fit your students.
All right. So I think we are ready to go ahead and play. So I know y'all are excited. You've been waiting to play. So this is the challenge where it comes up to navigating through all of our different windows. And
we kind of were thinking that we would do it all together because at first, we're going to let you do the last challenge on your own though, but I'm going to stop a moment because I don't believe I added the sound. And of course, we need sound, right? All right, so share screen. Let's do this. Now we're ready. All right, so we're going to do it all together for the first couple challenges, then we'll let you do the last challenge all on your own. So we encourage you to click on the link. I think they're going to put it in the chat. They did. Yay. So go ahead and click on that link, and we're going to move into the breakout.
So if you have the main presentation link, you should be where we were to click on that, but then there is an individual breakout link that we can post in there too, in case you need that one to join us there. But we'll do it together. And some of you may recognize this face. So we had a little help from our friend Manny. He is always up for making a video, if you guys know Manny. And I told him, I'm like, you need to teach us your video skills. And he's like, well, I need you to teach me some OneNote. So we may be doing some trading with Manny soon.
I love that. So like Jenny mentioned, when you are designing your breakouts, we definitely suggest you come up with a fun storyline that engages everyone in the classroom to solve the problem, because you are working together to solve that. So
look, Ryan says, we've got to help Manny. If you guys know Manny, you've got to help him because he is stuck inside the disco ball.
In fact, we're going to play a fun message that he sent us, or sad message maybe that he sent us from inside.
And hopefully you can hear it. So.
Yes, disco party. Woohoo, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Ooh, what's going on? Help me! I'm trapped in this disco ball!
All right. So Manny is trapped in the disco ball and we need to help him. So he's stuck inside the disco ball. Yikes. Can you help him escape? Complete these challenges using your knowledge of nonfiction text features to help him break out of the disco ball. So we're going to click on challenge 1 when prompted. So this would be like if we're doing it on our own and individually, we'd be encouraging our teachers to start the timer right now as you go into the first challenge. So that way all of the students can, race against the clock.
And just so you know, we are in Wakelet for this one. I know we kind of skipped into that, and we are in Wakelet, and this is a breakout that we have set up. So we're going to kind of show you that as we go through it. But challenge number 1. All right, this first challenge is going to be captions. So again, remember we said we are doing text features. So the first step, and wait, before we go on, Slee, if you've never used Wakelet, one of our very favorite reasons and features of Wakelet is
immersive reader.
Yeah,
I didn't know where you were going. I was like, wait,
on, you have to know what I'm going to say.
Letting the dog out and listening to you at the same time. So I was like, oh, what are we talking about?
So right here is immersive reader. And that's one thing that we are huge proponents of is accessibility. So we love that Wakelet offers that. So just want to throw that in there because we can't ever bypass an immersive reader option.
All right, so here's how it works. The students will work through the challenge together in groups to solve the problem. So that way they can get their next challenge. So it says step 1, you're going to locate the captions inside this article. Step 2 is fill out this form to receive a link to your next challenge. So we're going to go ahead and click on the article. And we're going to be looking for captions. So we're going to scroll through and look for those captions within the article. And that's one of the things we love about Wakelet. You can link anything in here that you need to. So we just grabbed a Scholastic article. We linked it right here. So we're scrolling through and we're looking for captions. All right. Do you see one yet?
There.
All right. So we see our caption and we see the photo that's attached to it. So now we're going to go back to our Wakelet. Can I move this? Maybe not. Okay. Surely I can. Okay, much better. Now we can use our features. All right, so we're gonna go back to the Wakelet, and right here it says fill out this form. So we're gonna click the form, and now here are the questions for us to fill out about the captions. Now, this one we left completely open, so that way as you fill out the form, it doesn't matter what you put in, there's no right or wrong answer. However, if I was doing it in the classroom, I would definitely make it required and make it, maybe a specific answer. So that way they would know if they got it right or not. You can even make it interactive where they fill out the form, you check the form, and then you give them a paper with their next challenge or the link to their next challenge. So that way, if you want to ensure that they're getting the correct answers, you can also do that. Or you could use the responses as just a formative check to see where your students are.
I was just going to give another shout out.
Go ahead,
for Immersive Reader because
we
are using Microsoft Forms. I know many of you may be using Google Forms, but we love that the Forms also offers Immersive Reader. So we don't have it turned on this form, but we can just enable it. And then all of these questions can utilize the Immersive Reader option. So that's a huge benefit.
As you hover, and the thing I like, it's almost hidden, like it's not intrusive, because as you take your mouse and hover, there is the image there for Immersive Reader. So once you fill this in with your answers, you click submit and Ta-da! Look here. Here's the link to your next challenge. So for you guys, I believe it's hyperlinked. For us, since I made the form, it is not hyperlinked. So I have to copy the link and I'm going to paste it right up here in my browser. All right. So that first challenge was just, all right, here's how to find the information, almost like a little scavenger hunt. Find it and enter your answer. For this challenge, though, we've added a different gaming aspect to it, which we love. So on this challenge, to figure it out, step one, you have to decipher the code below to determine which article you need to examine. So then you're going to look for the articles and decide which one matches the code. Then you're going to put the article title inside of the form. So here's your code. Now, if you know American Sign Language, you're going to rock this one and you're good to go. If you don't know American Sign Language, then you're going to need this little alphabet right here.
We love throwing in little extra hints too. So you can like give them hints and clues throughout to solve the puzzles as well.
One thing that we've done before is we've also given the students hint cards. So if you give them a hint card, they can have so many and they can bring it to you to get help throughout the challenges too. So sometimes you just get stuck. Yeah. Like Jenny, she was going through it this morning and she was like, wait, I don't know American Sign Language. And I was like, oh, keep going, scroll down, and there it is.
So you can actually go back and click on the image and it will make it bigger too. So you can click on it and then it's more of a full screen image as well. And another thing that I think is great about Wakelet is we go back to that other one.
Yeah. Hey, as we're talking, go ahead and decipher this and put what you think the answer is in the chat.
If you guys have it open, a lot of times we'll use like, what are my favorite ones called? Rebuses. Mm-hmm. So like a rebus will be like a picture. Like I used to love doing those when I was little. And I used to have books and books of them. So you would call me a nerd, but, and puzzles all while we were driving back in the day before we had technology in the car. But I love doing those, any kind of coding thing where the students can decipher that. But I think what's really neat about Wakelet here is they added the reaction feature. Mm-hmm. So even as you're going through, students could like give a reaction to that step once they've completed it before they move on to the next step. So that might be a good like check off. Mm-hmm. So I've done step one, give it a thumbs up, move on to the next one. Or if that one was really challenging, they could do the astonished face or something. So as they're moving on, you could even create an emoji rubric for them as they're going through.
I love that.
The game.
Mm-hmm. That could even be one of your codes if you wanted to. Like after each challenge they complete, they have to enter the emoji and then they can put in the emoji code to get the next clue or open the next puzzle. So that would be fun.
All right. Has anybody solved it yet? We're looking at the chat. It's a little bit of a challenge. Do we have any expert sign languagers out there?
Okay, we're gonna give you a few more seconds. If not, I'll just have to tell you. Can I remember it? Let me look at it and see. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, if you know the answer, put it in the chat and we'll see who.
I know we're a little delayed.
Who is right.
Okay, we're just gonna tell you. Are you ready? It says the article is about goals. So the article is about goals. Now the students have 3 articles that they can look at and determine which title.
Oh, Patricia got it.
Oh, good job, Patricia. Yes. Oh, another one too, Lisa. Yay. Okay. So then you click on the articles and determine which one is about goals and then put that title in your form. So the very first one, we'll click. Give it a second. Okay.
And if you're using the Edge browser,
go ahead.
You would even have Immersive Reader available here. So look at Celie. It's even in your URL.
There it is. Right
so
there.
In her URL, because of this particular article, she has Immersive Reader available here. So I know this isn't an Immersive Reader class,
but we can't help it. I mean, it's so good. So if you noticed, all the distractions went away from our article, all those ads, those top banners. Now it's just super nice and clean and I can scroll through it. Oh, maybe not. Is it going to let me?
No.
Oh, we'll read aloud. Okay. I can click read aloud and it's going to read it for me.
Go for it.
So
Mount Kilimanjaro last erupted thousands of years
for our students that need that. So again, just another plug for the Edge browser that offers you Immersive Reader or just the read aloud option. If you don't see the Immersive Reader in the URL, it's over behind the 3 dots. So.
All right, so we know right here, just by the very first sentence, this one is talking about goals. So the title is Go For It. So we're going to go back to our Wakelet right here, it says enter the title of the article in this form. So we click the form and we're going to type in go for it. All right. And then we just click, oh, I misspelled it. You know, you could make it spelling check, you know, make sure it's all spelled right. Okay. Click submit and ta-da! Now we have the link for our next and last challenge. All right. So this one, are y'all ready for it? Because this is the one we want you guys to do. It's coming slowly. Like, okay, here we go.
Challenge number 3, bold words.
All right, so we're going to scroll down and, oh, look.
We haven't forgotten about you, Manny.
You're there. We know. Okay. Manny says, you're almost there. One more challenge to go. And so we're going to say, what's next? For this challenge, you're looking for the bold words. Which article has the bold word habitat? Yes. Fill out the form with the title of the article. We are like, got it. You'll be free soon, friend.
Manny,
okay.
We're almost going to get you out.
Coming. All right. So now we have those 3 articles. We're going to click on one and we're going to look for the word, bold word, habitat. All right. I'm not going to give you the answer on this one. We're going to let you guys do it for just a few minutes on your own and see if you can find it.
Which article has the bold word habitat? So we have 3 different articles we have to read. And then when you find the word habitat, you fill out the form with the title of the article. Okay. Maybe like a do.
I know. I don't have any sound effects. All right. Let us know if you found it in the chat.
Let's click on the first article.
Let's do it. See. All right, so we're going to scroll through and we're looking for the bold word habitat. Look at the cute little
And
dolphin.
if you use context clues, there may be, you know, if I was a student, I would think, well, if it was an article about, you know, oil spills or something, I mean, it might not be about habitat.
Yeah, using those text features to figure that out. Now, this one might be because it is kind of the ocean, so it could be, but I don't see a bold word habitat. Okay, so let's go to the next one. All right, article 2.
Oh.
Lisa
and
yay!
Mona, they got it.
Good job. All right, so here's hanging
Look
tough.
at that cute sloth.
Using our clues with pictures.
I'm thinking this one might have something about habitat.
So we're going to keep going. I see lots of bold words. All right, and down here, I promise it's in here. There it is right there. Habitat. It's one of our bolded words. So now we know it's hanging tough. So we're going to go back to our Wiglet. She's going New Kids on the Block on me.
Yeah, you know you are too.
I know you are. So we're going to type hanging tough in here, click submit, and let's
all right, let's see if we can help Manny get out.
I don't know, man.
If we did it right.
Oh, there's a video. Let's look.
What's happening? Woo! I'm out! You are my hero. Yeah! She just broke out of the norm with Jenny. Woo!
That was so much fun. I love this video. Like I kept watching it over and over again because they were so cute and so much fun.
Thank you all for helping Manny. I'm sure Manny is very thankful that he is now out of the disco ball, although I'm sure he was having fun in there.
You know, he was dancing. I love it. Okay.
So that's just a quick little, 3 challenge, fast and maybe easy for some. But.
Yeah. There's a very modified version, but we wanted to show you just real quick what it can be. We also want to encourage you. It's, within a class time, we may only have 45 minutes. You don't want to make it so hard that your students can't finish, or if you do, make sure they know they have 2 days to complete it or something like that. So that way they don't get overwhelmed. And so creating one with the correct amount of time takes time and skill. All right.
Okay, so we're going to take just a minute and we're going to go to the attendance verification slide. So you guys can jot that down real quick, and then we're going to go into our resources for the remaining part of the session.
Wonderful. You guys are doing an awesome job. I'm super excited to be listening to you and, hosting these things. A lot of times you're like, okay, I have so much to do, but I actually was so well prepared today. I can sit here and watch you. That's so awesome.
Yay!
So for those of you doing the attendance, if you don't want to submit right now, you do not have to, because you're just at the edge of your seat and you want to stay for the whole thing. That's cool. We want you to stay for the whole thing. Our preference is for you to write down the secret code so that you can submit the attendance during the break. And innovate is your secret code. A, you have to spell it correctly. B, you have to put the code in. If you don't do both of those things, no credit is coming your way. You must do both things. Now, if you choose to do the credit right now, because we're going to take a break for like 2 minutes so you can do that. If you choose to do the attendance right now, please come back so you can see what else they have to share with us. And you can leave that tab open in your browser because it's going to be the same link all day long. We changed it up a little bit to see if we can make the process a little easier for giving attendance. So it's not a separate form every single session. It's a different code. So again, make sure you put the right code in there for each session. Again, if you leave that code blank, we cannot issue you credit. If you don't put your correct information in there, we cannot issue you credit. Let's be real here. We're adults. We can do this, right? Okay, so let's give them like another minute and then you ladies can take it away. Do we have questions that we can answer in the chat? Let's take a peek.
We've got some good feedback, but don't leave, come back. We're going to share our resources with you and kind of show you
it's like a treasure trove too.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to grab all of the things that Jenny has curated. She's the curation queen. So we want you to come back.
If you have any questions for us, definitely put those in the chat. We would love to, answer those as we're going through, and would love to hear, any feedback that you guys have and things that have worked well for you in the classroom when you're doing breakouts. If you have done any kind of breakouts or gaming, we love learning new things too from you guys all the time. Ryan says she loves learning about everything Microsoft that y'all have used with this breakout. Listen, you could stay for our OneNote class and there's so much, but we just love sharing about Edge and Immersive Reader. And we love that it's in partner applications like Buncee and Wakelet and Nearpod and ThingLink and Merge. And, it's just taking over the world. So Immersive Reader is just such a great tool for our students.
All right, so there's a question about how do I do attendance as well in here?
Well, this is the page that's up for now, so maybe that's delayed though.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forget.
You also have a question about Wakelet and Google Forms.
Oh, yes, you can absolutely use Google Forms within Wakelet. That's one of the things we love about Wakelet. It is so
diverse.
Yeah,
everything. Yeah.
Anything you need to add, just add the link and it automatically populates there. Another thing to know about Wakelet that we do a lot is we create our own custom images for those links. So like some of the images you saw today, we created our own in Canva, put them in, and then it's what we want people to see, not necessarily the picture that Wakelet assigns it or gives with the link.
Well, Patricia says she would like a OneNote class since it's an option within Schoology.
Yes, we love OneNote, Patricia. You will too. I mean, we say we bleed purple. We love it that much.
And my daughter's going to Tarleton, so I'm super excited.
Really do.
More purple.
My son wants to go to TCU, which is more purple. So there you go.
Yes, and Wakelet, you can put in links and you can put in, PDFs and images, and you can even do a short split grid shorts video right in there. So there's just so many options, and they're improving it and changing it all the time.
And one of the things we did not show you today, but you can do this, you can give your students the collaboration code, which means they can go in and add to your Wakelet. So like if you wanted to do a formative assessment, you could pose a question, they can have that code, they go in and they answer right there in your Wakelet. Or you could even insert a Flipgrid, and they do the Flipgrid right there within Wakelet. So it really does have a lot of, it's a very versatile tool, and you can use it in a lot of different ways.
Lee, I think when we go back, let's start with the OneNote.
You got
Wakelet,
it.
so we can show them, because we've got a lot of people that are excited about the OneNote resources too.
That just makes my heart so happy.
Yeah.
Are we
So
ready?
there's attendance on the screen. There's a link there, and the code is Innovate. Secret code, yes, Innovate. I think we got a little bit more, and then we're going to go back and show you guys some more stuff. Got some construction next door.
I think someone's getting a new roof.
We have had a lot of hail lately.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Y'all are all getting the code. Just let us know when we can go back to the presentation tomorrow.
Anytime you're ready.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go back to our main Wakelet, and this one, if you guys have this link, or we can throw it in the chat as well. This is our main Wakelet that has all of the resources that we were mentioning earlier, and this was also in the other the first presentation we shared with you too. So we made sure to put all the links everywhere, so you have access no matter which link you have. But again, you can see as we're scrolling through this presentation here, you can connect with us. The very first thing is just a link that we put in here and how you can connect with us. Here is our presentation link, and we love putting text in and emojis. Please tell me you guys know how to use the emoji keyboard. Here's another freebie.
And it is with Windows 10. So if you have a Windows 10 device, I'll let you tell it because it's your favorite.
So you push the Windows keyboard and the period, and then you get your emoji keyboard. So we use emojis on everything. We might be a little obsessed. So the Windows key and the period if you have a Windows device. So that's a super fun one. All right, so we have the link to the presentation in there. We have the link to the breakout activity that we did. And then we have, and what this is called, when we take a Wakelet and put it inside of a Wakelet, we call this a tidal wave because it's lots of waves together. So if you're in Wakelet, riding the Wakelet wave is the phrase that's often used. So this one here is all about Flipgrid. Then we have one all about Wakelet on how to use these tools for a breakout. But we want to show you the OneNote one first because we had a lot of questions or feedback about OneNote. So when we open this up, we want to just show you there are some resources in here. And mostly we want to focus on this one, because if you are interested in doing a OneNote breakout, this link is all you need.
We have you covered. No worries.
So right here where it says breakout of the norm, OneNote breakout templates. So with OneNote, it's not as easy to like make a copy like it would be in Google, but we actually made this resource for Microsoft last year. And what's great is we're giving you a template that you can modify and use however you need. And that the OneNote piece is already done for you. So that's what's really great about this, because with OneNote, like I said, it's just not as easy to share the package. So we have an elementary one, we have a secondary one, and then we actually have a whole PD that we use whenever we're teaching about how to use OneNote right here.
But you can actually, if you would like to do one in OneNote, you can go through that PD. It will teach you step by step how to create a OneNote breakout. And each one of these is your very own copy of the OneNote. So if you click on the elementary breakout, it's going to give you a pre-made elementary breakout. It's saving Steve from Minecraft is the theme of that one. His house is surrounded by spiders. So if you know anything about Minecraft, it's a big deal. In fact, it's a super popular one that we do on our campuses. The kids love it. But it automatically gives it to you ready to go. It's about mixtures and solutions, but you can change it however you want. So if you want that storyline, use the storyline and then go in and change the information and the games out to match what you are studying. There's also one for a secondary example as well about the Industrial Revolution. Gives you a whole breakout ready to go. But again, if you want to go in and change it and make it more rigorous or change it to hit the things that you're teaching, you can do that as well from that link.
So where it says make it mine link, or even the blue link above, they both go to the package that's going to give you a copy. So make it mine link is what OneNote calls basically a copy of the breakout. So we've given that to you. So take time later if you really think, oh, OneNote sounds really cool, and you don't have to even log in. Students don't have to log in. Basically what you do when you share out, it's a website, and they just type in the codes and open the next page, and then, you know, do the challenge, click on it, put in the code, and then that page unlocks. So everything you need to know to get started is right here.
There's teacher's notes as well. So then it just really walks you through exactly what you need to do. And down here at the bottom, again, Jenny's the curation queen, and we've curated all of these awesome links right here for you to use too, with more information about OneNote.
All right, Ryan's already looking at the templates. So
Yay!
those are there for you guys to check those out. So that's OneNote. So if you're curious about OneNote, and like I said, this is such a short session to be able to share so many great tools that we just want to make sure that you have the resources to go back later.
So definitely go through that OneNote OneNote Wakelet. There's tons of resources in there for you to use as well.
And I think you can even, we probably have it on where you can copy or like save our Wakelet. So if you want to save them and kind of bookmark them and put them in your collections, you can do that as well.
All right.
Okay, so you want to go to Flipgrid?
You got it.
Let's go to Flipgrid real quick. So we're going to jump into the Flipgrid one. And then in Flipgrid, hopefully you guys are familiar with Flipgrid. It's a pretty widely used tool for creating videos, and so many improvements over the past year now with frames and background. You know, you can use the whiteboard option and put in stickers and emojis, all kinds of great things. But some friends of ours, the Merrills, and you may be familiar with them, they have a video here on how to do a breakout in Flipgrid. So great video, walks you right through that. And also in the Discovery Library, there is the Breakout EDU has some topics in there as well. And then we have another friend that's made some videos, Christine, she's from Canada. She has some videos in here about how you can use Flipgrid to create those digital clues. So lots of resources here if you're curious about how you would use Flipgrid for a breakout. So I know we didn't really focus on that one as much, but we wanted to share those resources with you.
And really, we want you to select the tool that fits you best. So like if you know Flipgrid, man, create a breakout in Flipgrid because you know it, and you can probably do it so much faster and easier, and it still has the great effect of learning and the gamification within your classroom. If you know Wakelet, use Wakelet. Like we want you to really, you know, take advantage of that knowledge that you have. The same with Google Forms. Just because we demoed a Microsoft form, we definitely want you to use Google Forms if you're more comfortable with that and have knowledge in that area.
And one thing about Breakout EDU, which we love, is the physical boxes, you know, incorporating that physical with the digital aspect. So if you have the physical locks and things like that, then they could scan a QR code that might take them to a form that they fill out or a Flipgrid that they have to respond to. So incorporating those physical, because there's nothing better than physically opening a lock and, you know, doing that code. So those are a lot of fun.
Or even doing a physical challenge, like, you know, matching something and then putting a puzzle together, or playing some type of game where the teacher can see the result and then give you the QR code to the next challenge is always a great way to incorporate that physical space into your breakout.
One thing we didn't mention, Slee, in the OneNote Wakelet is that resource of all of the games.
Yes.
So
let's
just show you real quick. We
have so many open.
Sorry, we're going back because I don't want to not mention this to you. In the OneNote Wakelet, there is a resource that we've put in there, which is another Wakelet. So again, it's like a tidal wave of Wakelets and Wakelets. There is one all about different games that you can use. So if you scroll down, these are just some resources,
more
some
templates
that we've given you. But there is one called Breakout Games and Puzzles. So that one is filled with like the rebus. There's like a eyesight, eye chart thing. Then there's like a geo one that does letters around the map.
The text message that I used is in here. Also, the American Sign Language is in here as well. There's one of our favorites is the Stranger Things. There's one that lights up with the special code on the wall from Stranger Things, which is fun. And you get to design all those things. There's also tickets, trying to think, all kinds of fun stuff in here that you can use. Notes, these are really fun. So, I mean, tons of fun stuff.
Lots of different ideas, but that's in the OneNote one. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that to you. And then the last Wakelet that we just wanted to share with you is the Wakelet resource. So here in this one kind of has a few examples of how you could set up your Wakelet breakout like we did.
And it's from our friend, one of our resources is from our friend Erin. Her name's Erin Integration or Erin Integration, but she actually calls them wake outs, not breakouts, because you're waking out, I guess, of a wakelet. And so she has a great template there, or not template, but directions there on how to set it up within Wakelet. Very similar to what we did.
It's Deborah, that one, she does the way. Yeah. And
Oh, she
Deborah
does that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she does it as well.
So
They both call it wake out because I know that Erin Integration does too. Fun.
All right, I think we're running short on our time. So again, like we could sit here and show you all day so many great resources and how we have used the breakouts. But if there's any questions, just throw those in the chat if we have a minute to answer any questions. And I appreciate you guys kind of answering some. I know Manny's in there, so appreciate you guys helping out. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. It's just been great to share some of our favorite tools with you all, and we're excited for the rest of the day to learn from you all as well.
Thank you, ladies, so much for being here today. I think some of your favorite tools are going to be our favorite tools too. You did a great job connecting the needs of the students while incorporating gamifications. And thank you for sharing all of these resources. I know our teachers are going to spend probably the next 10 minutes as we take a break digging a little deeper. So I'm excited to see when I dig through your resources as well. And I think our teachers are as well. So thank you.
Yes. And not gonna lie, being like a Google person, I loved all the Microsoft. I need to, it makes me want to learn so much more about Microsoft. I'm like, wait, you can do what? That's so cool. I love it. So definitely I'm gonna be one of those people who are like, oh, what, this goes here, cool. I'm about to like jump down that rabbit hole.
Yay, we love it. And if you need anything, we're definitely here for you.
Don't worry, I will, because y'all are my Microsoft people, or I'm like,
Happy to help.
Yeah, so thank you guys again so much for joining us today. For the next few minutes, we are going to be taking a break. So if you guys would like to, feel free to participate in our Twitter challenge. It has been going on. And then we will see everybody back here around 10 a.m.
So if you are participating in the Twitter challenge, we actually have two going. One was starting at the very beginning, and the hashtag we want you to include is the CFISD EdTech Live 1. And the next Twitter challenge is going to be the hashtag CFISD EdTech T2. So if you're participating in Twitter, take a break, take care of your stuff, and then come back. We're going to be doing some additional EdTech tools that I think might be useful for springboarding off of breakout. So cool stuff, right?
Yes, I'm excited to learn some more.
Okay, we will see you all back here in 10 minutes.
15-minute break. Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care
You
of
can
personal
put
needs.
the attendance form in there and just.
During the
put the
presentation,
attendance-
your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret
Right.
code
But I
along
don't,
with
we
the
cannot
link.
give the code.
At the end of the
because they
session,
need
be
watch
sure to
it. How many
submit your
people would
attendance
not-
and the secret
Yeah, I
link
saw
into
that.
the form.
Okay, here's the
You
thing.
can go ahead and
that bothered me
keep
about
that
that.
attendance
People
form
are not
open in a
watching
separate
it because they
tab
were saying,
because you'll
where's
be
the code,
using
where's
that
the code,
same
where's the
form to
code?
submit for
And
each
they
session.
aren't even watching it. And you
Within
know
an
what?
hour
Out
of submitting
luck,
your
because
attendance,
we
you
stopped the
should be
video for 2
receiving a
minutes
response
through the
receipt.
process.
If you do not receive
Yeah,
this email,
and
please
even though it was on the
resubmit
screen,
the
they were saying,
attendance
where's the
form
code? I'm like,
and
are
double
you
check
retarded?
to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
And we are back.
Hi guys. Sorry, I'm working with new headphones today, so they kind of like boop, it didn't work. Anyways, hi, welcome back. We're about to get started with session 2. It's going to show you the online tools that you had no idea that you needed, because I mean there are lots of them out there that I'm like, oh wait, that would have been really cool if I had known about it. So we're going to show you. So we're definitely going to look at how to connect your roomies and your Zoomies, because we still have both right now in our classrooms.
Yes, we do. So we are going to today show you some information about creating both self-checking documents, which will help with that, and digital gallery walks. Now, just like we showed you the first session, how to split your screen, I think that you may find that to be useful again. So we're going to walk you through that for those of you new joining us. If you have not split your screen, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, mind blown. So here's a cool tip for you. On your screen, you have a Windows button. Apparently that actually does something for those of you that didn't know that. And there's arrows keys on your right, left, down, and you just tell where do you want your screen. So let me model that for you. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. YouTube, there it is. Okay, there's our stuff. And there's where we are right now. I paused it so I didn't get the window and window and window. So I'm going to pull my tab down. So it's now a floating tab and let go. Hit my windows in left. So I moved it to the left. Then my main window, I'm going to do the same thing. I get my windows in the right. And so now it's on the right. And sometimes this happens and it just, okay, well, I forgot what you wanted on the left side again. You just have to tell them I want that on the left side. And Cool Beans, you can actually resize this to make it bigger or smaller. And then when you're ready, you are going to just slide this back into your main tabs and resize your window again. How cool is all of that?
That is such a great thing. I like the pop out the picture because I like to be able to manipulate it and move it around my screen, but to each their own. This is pretty cool too.
Everybody has a preference. I like both, so it depends what I'm doing as to what I like.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of y'all's way. Tammy and Connie, I am super excited to learn about all of these tools for online learning.
Yay!
Thank you, Ryan. So good morning, everyone. I hope you've already been learning a bunch of cool things. Right now, Tammy and I are going to show you some collaboration, engagement, and self-checking tools for the modern classroom. And modern meaning that we're all over the place. So these tools right here will help you bring all your kids to one place.
Absolutely.
And I am Connie Wood, by the way, an instructional technology specialist here in Sci-Fair.
And I am Tamara Ferguson. I work with Connie Wood, also an EdTech specialist for our district. And we are going to be happy to answer your questions today because this is a live event. And the whole point of this not be some video that we throw up on YouTube, but actually a live event is to allow you to ask us questions. So if you have questions, feel free to write them in the chat. We will get to those and answer those questions to the best of our ability. Also, if you have questions that are beyond our time together today, and it's like tomorrow or next week or next month or whenever, we are on Twitter, and hopefully you are too, because what an amazing resource Twitter is for getting and sharing information and expanding your personal learning community or professional learning community, depending on how you want to use it, so that you can grow as a teacher. So feel free, we're on Twitter, and ask us questions, and we'll be happy to get to those. Now, we are going to start today with a first tool that we're going to share, because we're going to have two main tools that we're sharing today, is digital gallery walks. And it's intended to provide a way for you to bridge the learning experience with your students at home. Those would be our Zoomies, and your kids in class, which we're going to call Roomies and Zoomies. And right now, I have to say, it is definitely a challenge to find inclusive activities where students are so physically separated in multiple places. And digital gallery walks might be a great way to connect all of your students when they're in multiple places.
You know, Tammy, back whenever I was in the classroom, I loved to do gallery walks, you know, because I'm social studies. And
yes, that sounds like a social studies kind of thing to do.
Yeah. And now that we're going to all have devices in the classroom, and when we come back, it'll be awesome that they can be doing digital gallery walks. But right now, since they're still at home, it's awesome to be able to have them work together.
Yes, and I think you're going to like what we have to share for you today. So this is a digital gallery walk that was created with my 6th grade students when I taught science. And their task was individually to do a research on one object in space, or planet, or another kind of object in our solar system, get the data and the information. Then after they published their presentation, they would, through a gallery walk, go to different presentations to compare and contrast the item that they researched with another object or more than one object. And that helps naturally and through natural curiosity, how to expand their knowledge that they have. So as you can see, there are all of my classes in one Word document. This is Word Online. All of them are in one place. And you can see that they're all piled into one. So let me show you how it looks like when I just look at one of my presentations. So I can navigate using my tools inside this presentation. So this is my master presentation, and I can zip through and jump to where I want to go. or I can just navigate from presentation to presentation, looking at individual presentations. Now, my students have their own tools of navigation for their individual presentations. So this is the master presentation, and this is the individual students. So now I can look through my students' presentation. And when I get ready, I can go on to the next one. And this particular student has their presentation lined up on the side right here. And this allows you to probably more effectively navigate that presentation. So when I'm instructing students, I tend to ask them to make their presentations vertical, so it kind of looks like a web page, and mine goes horizontal across. So rather than having two layers of presentation navigation tools here, they have theirs on the side and then mine. And then when I move away from it, you can see that it disappears with it. So how does this work for you? So we have an example to share with you right now. This is the example that we're going to post in the YouTube chat for you to check out. This is your example for you to look through. So a couple ways that you could do this. You could have your students individually submit their sways to the document rather than creating a master presentation that you're going to add to a document. Just have your individual students put theirs in there, and the students can navigate through their presentations just by clicking on the tools. So this is a single presentation, and this is another student's single presentation. And then, of course, we shared with you another way of doing it, and that's that master presentation. And we wanted you to look through this as well, so you can look through the examples that we provided. Feel free to browse through that and check it out. Now, isn't this amazing, Connie? Are you super excited by this idea?
I am very excited, Tim.
And I think maybe it's time for us to show them how to do this magic.
Right? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I'm going to go to sway.com. And so this is a cool tool that was meant to kind of replace PowerPoint whenever Microsoft first invented it. But now it is just a tool that you can actually come over here and start from a document, bring in that PowerPoint that you have been using forever.
Not just by PowerPoint, I hope.
And so then you can actually bring it in, and it will turn into a Sway presentation, which is more like an online website or something like that. And you can see it all in there, all this information that was brought in from that PowerPoint. And through, I'm going to go and just do a little, let me move you out of the way, Tammy. And so here we go. Here's the design. But I'm not sure if I really like that. So I could go over here and I could choose all kind of different designs. I could make it go horizontally, or I could just have a slideshow, just like if you were doing a PowerPoint.
What I love about this is that you had to put your content in first. So it's content before design. So once your content is, you can make it pretty.
Right, and that's the whole thing about Sway, is that it's content before, beauty. And that's the thing, whenever I was in the classroom, my students would always be, oh, I want to make my PowerPoint pretty, and they would never have time to finish with the content. So what we're going to do is show you through the, let me get back to, I'm going to show you a little bit more, and through the magic of cooking, we'll see some already completed. But I showed you how to start with your old existing document. You can create a new one from scratch, or you can start from a topic. And start from the top. A topic is really good for your lower students or your younger students, and give them a chance to start from that topic, and it'll scaffold and give them information, pictures, things like that already. So if right now we're preparing for stars, so I'm going to do Manifest Destiny. If I could type. Create my outline. And you can see it thinking and going. And there it is. And there is hints throughout the whole thing that they can use or they can get rid of. I'm going to go down. There's already pictures of famous people throughout Manifest Destiny. And then it goes all the way down to where everything is already cited for you. And there's the reference card. But if I don't want all of that, or maybe you decided you didn't want your.
Okay, before you take it away, I think this is going to be really important because I know you're about to make all that disappear. But you have if you scroll down to where the information is provided through Wikipedia, and I know there's a few of our teachers that just went cross-eyed when you went Wikipedia.
Right.
But if you scroll up just a little bit where you see one of the cards where it's cited, top, up there, right there. Okay,
yeah.
So your kids with accommodations, research may be beyond what some of those kids can do. And this allows them to do the research. And instead of, because you can't move that in there, that's not part of the card, that they can type that in there and rephrase it just like they would do if they're researching. And I think that'll be important to level the playing field for some of our students. And I love that.
That's one of the scaffolding tools that we were talking about, because you're right, they can't all. And if your teachers or librarians are a little worried about Wikipedia, it's just a hint. So if you wanted to get rid of those hints, you can come over here and say, I don't think we even need to talk about alternative interpretations. I can actually go over and click, and you see how it turned green? I can just get rid of that whole section. So it's, like I said, a scaffolding tool to where if that's too much information, you can go ahead and get some of it out. But let's go ahead and come over here and talk about the dashboard just a little more. There's tutorials, there's help, there's so much information on Sway. Here's ones that you've already had associated with. Here's templates down here, and down here at the bottom are some really cool ones to give you some ideas. And these templates here are great for your high school students because there's resumes, there's reports, presentations, portfolios, and kids are always looking for tools to be able to put things together for, you know, the end of college or whatever. I mean, in high school to get into college. So these are great starts. And then in the magic of 1 minute, you can have something looking like this from our Manifest Destiny. Wait, let me go back. And here we go. That is starting from a template. And here it says start editing. So there's several different ways to put in your content, your images.
I see my favorite tool, Connie.
I put that in just for you, Tammy.
I know, right? You got to tell them how to do that because that's amazing.
Yeah, and so in your images, there's several different ways to be able to put your images in, and this is the comparison. And so when you're editing, and it's prepare my template, so where I can actually go in, and here they are. And this was how you would just insert your, let me do one more. You would decide that you wanted to group your images. So you would click that. It gives you the different ways to group. Automatic grid, I'll show you stack in just a minute, but the comparison is the one that's really cool. You just pull in your images. And I have mine already before. And of course, and then I'll pull in the other one.
And of course, Connie's got hers saved for a presentation today, but as a student, you could just read or search for images that you want. And I think one of yours land, there we go. Just drag and drop. Isn't that amazing? Just drag it and drop it.
Right, and see, if you want to make sure that your whole image, because you never know in Sway what's going to show up. So you click on focus point, and you would say this entire image is important. And then so we would go ahead and group type. We've already chosen, but here's our other choices that you could use. But we pick comparison because we're talking about Manifest Destiny, and I want to be able to show what the United States looked like before it does now. So we would hit play, and there it is. And you could make it large like I did here, or you could have it small if it's not something that's not quite so important. So before I move on real quick, this is kind of a little fluffy looking for me and for history. So
I was going to say that doesn't really fit the topic.
Right. And so, but that's the whole thing about Sway, how you can make it look pretty in such a short amount of time. So I could go over here and click design, go to styles, and yeah, that's a little too much, but I could go over here and click on one of these, or there's all sorts of choices, all kind of color patterns or whatever. And then when I hit play, it looks a little bit more cleaned up. And here's a little stack of the cards. So it's so neat to put in your images and your videos because there's so many ways to show it. But anyway, and or like here, you would click on the focus point because look, her head is cut off. This is like the main picture for Manifest Destiny. So it would, again, I would say entire image is important. That quickly, it resets it. And you're not doing a whole lot of editing and cropping and all kind of things. So what do you think, Tammy?
I am amazed by what Sway can do in such a short amount of time. Okay, I have a story for you, and maybe you guys shouldn't know this, but anyway, when I was working on my master's degree, they had assigned us a presentation, and I did not have time. I had like my notes just laid out on a Word document. It was a train wreck, and it was like, it's due like now. Anyway, I just uploaded it all into Sway and all organized it all into cards. I swear I had that entire presentation done in like 5 minutes. So if you're looking for content before design, and this is something that you want your kids to quickly know how to be able to put something together, but the important part is not the fluff part, but actually the content. This is a great tool for your kids because then they don't get hung out in the weeds, and then you never get any content to grade, and your rubric doesn't even include the graphics part of it. It's just a way to, I mean, presentation is important, but a lot of times our rubrics don't include the presentation part of it. It includes what they've learned and what the research is.
Right. Yeah, and so this is just such a way that they can quickly, instead of worrying about how it looks, they just can click on that, like whenever these styles, there's the remix button. If they've only got those couple seconds like you had, they can easily just roll the dice and come up with all this different designs or ways that they can display.
By the way, I got 100 on my summit.
I'll bet you did. And what's the last thing I'll show is just how nice and everything comes flying in more like a cool website. When you see your cartoons, when you're presenting it, it looks a little fancier. So what do you have to share with me?
Well, I think because you're my student and I gave you this assignment, it might be time for you to turn it in. So let's show our audience how to turn in a Sway so that it can be part of a digital gallery walk. There we go.
All right. So where did you share in the
well, go ahead and show them since you're sharing right now.
Okay.
How to share the document and all that other good stuff.
All right. So yeah, and it's very easy to share after you've decided you want to complete it. So you can share with specific people in your organization, anyone with a link. You can invite them to edit, view it. You can get a visual link, an embed code. And this is what Tammy and I really think is very important. We wish that they showed it a little more is, let me move this. How viewers can see share buttons. I'm sharing it with Miss Ferguson because I'm a student and I don't want her, sharing it with other people. So I'm going to put viewers can see share buttons. I don't want them to. So I'm going to make sure that's always checked. And what do you have to add with that?
I think it's super important to teach that to our kids. I really wish that was not hidden behind the more options, but prominently faced. because of the privacy and protections of our students. Let's say students make a portfolio and they want to share it with their colleges that they want to apply for. You want to know who you're sharing it with, just direct circle of people, and not expand it. Even when you're sharing with your friends and family, you want to know who you're sharing it with so that it just doesn't get blown all over the internet. And some of the stuff that you might be sharing is kind of private. And some of it you just want to protect because it's your tools that you've created. And limiting to who you're sharing it to with just direct people, that's an important part of protecting ourselves online.
Yeah, and a great tool for teachers to teach digital citizenship, because you might have a cool sway that you've created of your vacation, and maybe you don't want everyone seeing that. So it's a great tool to start teaching your students.
Okay, so I think we're ready for that embed code.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to copy it to my clipboard.
Okay, so she has her embed code and she's ready to turn it in. So now it's my turn. I'm the teacher. So here we go. As a teacher, I need to now create a place for my student to turn in their work. So I'm going to begin by clicking Create New. And I'm going to start by creating a template. So I'm going to label this template for turn in. Look, I'm typing without making mistakes today. All right, so the next thing that I want to create is a heading card. And I am going to, before I even do this, all my students know what card they're going to put it in. You can simply give them a number. And so it'll be first name and last initial. And the reason why is that this could end up being public facing. And you want your students to limit their exposure. You need to be able to identify who these kids are. So their first name, last initial should, in most cases, help you with that. Now, there might be some kids in your first period class that have literally the first name and the same last name. It can happen. So you might have to accommodate that a little bit further, like maybe the first 2 letters of your last name or something. And then my next step is I'm going to click on the plus sign. And this time I'm going to click on media, and I'm going to take that event code that Connie is sitting in the rafters right now waiting for me. But this is what I have created for my students. Now, I'm going to highlight this whole thing because this is all they literally need. A place to put a little icon in the background if they want to, their name, and then their embed code. And each student, I'm going to hit Control C, and you can see that it's now copied. And I can literally click off and click Control V. And now I have 2 cards, and I'm going to repeat that process. So this is going to be my number 2 student, and repeat that over and over and over until you have a class set. Now, once you have a class set, you need to be able to put it somewhere, like give it to your kids. But this is my template, so I'm going to make how many I need for my day. Maybe I just need 2, one for my morning class, one for my afternoon. Or maybe I have 7 classes, so I need to do it 7 times. So I'm going to take my template, and I can do 2 things. I can either simply duplicate this. So I'm going to keep this in my template and then do one for first period, second period, so on. Or check this out, I can save it as a template. This is probably easier. So I'm going to do just that. Now I'm going to call it my template to turn in. And when I scroll down, look, there it is. And the reason why you may want to do that is because check this out. And as I keep clicking this, I have a lot of sways and they can get lost in there. But if I throw my templates in my template section, then I have a template. So now I'm ready to make my first period. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going to change the background. So my recommendation is, especially if you plan on doing this year, next year, maybe the next year after that, go ahead and put your year in there, 2021. This is my first period, and this is my social studies. Yeah, what's it called?
Star review.
Okay, star review, social studies. Star review. This is a shout out to all the Texas people out there, because I'm pretty sure only Texas has star review because we are the star state, right? Okay. Now I have my first period in there, and I've duplicated this however periods I have. Now Connie can now come in and put her information. So I got to share it with Connie. So now I have my first period, share this little sucker. Now, here's the thing. She's in my school district, so I can select this. If she was not in my school district for whatever reason, then you need to select this. She doesn't need to view it. I need her to edit it. I need her to go in. Now, before you all fall out of your chairs and go, the kids are going to mess this up. Okay, keep in mind, I did this with 6th grade students. And I may have had maybe 3 mess ups. And the cool thing about it is that this is not hard to fix. If kids put them in the wrong box, and really, I think it happened maybe 3 times out of 180 kids. And literally the kids went back in there and corrected it, and it was super easy to fix. So kids can do this. It is super easy and they can manage it. They are better digital citizens than we are when it comes to stuff like this. So I am going to share this link with her, this edit link, and I'm just simply going to copy this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go throw it in the chat so she has it, because I literally just created this. So I need the chat window. So let me go back up to my Zoomy place. Hold on.
You know, Tammy, about having to go through with your students over and over, it's fine, because you could make a quick little video and they could click on it and see how to do it without having to repeat it over and over.
Absolutely. Okay, so Connie, inside the Zoom chat window, and this is probably not how you're going to share this with your kids.
Probably Schoology.
Yeah, if you're in our district, we have Schoology. If you're outside the district, I'm sure you have a platform that you use that you could share this link with your kids and not just throw it in the Zoom chat. But for time's sake, that's how we're sharing. So she has it, and I'm still screen sharing. So let me minimize the chat real quick. So I can, because this is an online document, I can actually see when she gets in here and she begins typing. I think there's like a 5-second lag, but I can actually see her doing that and pasting it in. And while I'm waiting for her, let me go ahead and bring up the chat so I can see if we have any questions. Oh, we need questions out there. Don't you guys have any questions out in YouTube land? We'd be happy to answer them for you. Oh, Connie's got her stuff in there, and so I'm just waiting for her to put her embed code in there. You got it in there?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I need to refresh. Shouldn't need to. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1.
Let's do it again.
No, it should take once you're in it, because I got your name. Are you out in 502?
Yes.
Okay, I'm wondering if the reception, let me go ahead and refresh. Nope, I still don't have a and embed code.
You want me to try it again?
Yes.
All righty.
So this is the time when I would go do my accommodations to go see if I could go walk over there and go help Connie. She's totally in another building right now. Okay. Did you paste it in the second card?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, we're going to pretend that it's in there. I'm not sure why it's not showing up, but it should show up. Maybe if I hit play. No, I just see there. Okay, I'm going to hit edit again. Oh, there it is. Hi, it was like magic. Okay, so let me click play.
Did you get
And
it?
there is her card. Woohoo! Okay, so let me click edit. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Let's pretend that I have all my class period stuff in there. Now I'm ready to turn this into a gallery walk. So my next step is to have a Word document. And look at that, I already have one made. So I'm going to click share. So now I have my master presentation. Now, at this point, I don't want my students to be able to edit it. I just want them to be able to view. So I'm going to copy this little sucker. And I'm going to notice I did not do an embed code. When you're using Microsoft products, Control V with just a link works. Check that out. There's my link, my share link. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It might be because we're zooming, but it's supposed to pop up as a little icon right here. And I know that when we're zooming, sometimes things slow down, but it will look like this when you do that, when you paste your link in. So I'm actually going to do a little refresh and see if it pops up. And it's spinning. No, it's still not there. Yeah, you know what? This was supposed to be the most amazing part of Sway is that I click enter and my little thing pops up. Let me try it again. Control V, link. Wow. Anywho, I'm so glad this is working for us. If you do this in online Word or in OneNote, you're supposed to get what looks like this. And I have a feeling because we're Zooming right now that things are a little slower, and it happens like that, unfortunately. But it is what it is, so we're just going to continue. Trust me when I say that it does do this. I create my link, and then it turns into this. So if you want to practice doing that, it really does do that. I promise it does do that. Okay, and then at this point, I'd like to share with you 2 templates. You are going to get copies of these templates. The first one, it's already done for you, is a whole class set, so you didn't have to go through that painstaking of doing this 27, 30 times. Here you go. You're welcome. And if you're interested in doing the solar system project with your kiddos, here is the template for that. Notice that I have Mercury 1 and Mercury 2. Some of my classes were bigger than others, so I needed to duplicate the cards. So each kid got an index card. And if they got the card that said 1 Mercury, they knew that this is where they're going to put their information. If they have the card that says 2 Mercury, this is their spot. So they're not pasting over top of each other. And that was all the way down to the end of the topics for here. Now, if you're doing elementary, you may not want all this stuff in here, but it's in there if you want it. You just delete it out. Now, all I had to do was color code my card. So if it had Jupiter 1, it was 1 color card. If it was Jupiter 2, it was a different color card. So that in my big classes, I would have all my index cards. For my smaller classes, I would pull out the 2nd color of card. That way I made sure at least one person in every class had the topics covered. So we are sharing with, at the end of the session today, you will get a copy of this. So you could totally have this as well. And Connie wrote in the chat, all students and teachers have Microsoft 365 accounts. Yes, they do. In our district, they do. Maybe not in every district out there, but in our district, they do. So yes, they just log in using their regular login credentials that they have, that they log into their Chromebooks, and they log into Microsoft using the same way. Okay, so do we know what time it is, Connie? She's looking at a clock.
I know, right? No, I believe it might be time for attendance.
It totally is time for attendance. Okay, so for those of you out there and you are interested in getting professional learning credit for this, if you are in district, your link is the blue one. If you're out of district, your link is the orange one. And you must put in your secret code. The secret code is SWAY. If you do not put the code in there, we will not issue you credit. So you can submit the code, or you can submit the form without the code, but it's not going to give you credit. So make sure that that is done. And Ryan, you're ready to pop in. Go ahead.
Well, and I just wanted to mention that one great way to know if your attendance actually went through is you will get a response receipt email. So once you finish filling out that form, whichever bit.ly link that you click, and then you put in that secret code, it will, once you click submit on the form, you'll get an email. If you don't get that email, resubmit the attendance form, because typically what we have found is we put a space where there's not supposed to be one, or a comma where there's supposed to be a period. Like, there's all these things that happen in the emails, and I get it. My last name, super long. I've misspelled it several times. It happens. But if you don't get that email response receipt, that just means that your email wasn't typed correctly. And so we can't issue you attendance. So make sure once you click on the correct bit.ly and you put in this code word that you are typing your email correctly, and check for that response receipt.
Hey, Ryan.
Uh-oh. Yes, Connie.
Is it a secret code?
It is a secret code. It is. It's a secret code. So we're trying to make sure that it don't put it in the chat.
There you go.
It's not going to be posted in the chat. Sorry, guys. Because it's secret. Secret.
Well, we also want to know that people are actually watching these sessions if we're giving them PD credit. So they're not just trolling the chat looking for the code and go, oh, look, I get credit. Didn't really do anything, but I get credit. But that would never happen, right? Because this stuff is amazing.
Never, ever. I mean,
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie. I love that Connie already mentioned that Sway is about the content before the beauty. That was really key, I think, for me, because I like to make things pretty. That's what I do.
Hey, Ryan, there's a whole series of teal templates for you in there.
Yes, all the teal everywhere.
If you didn't clue in, Ryan loves teal.
Yes, that is like my go-to color for everything. I'm pretty sure my phone, yep, everything around me on my desk is teal.
Yep, I can vouch for that.
It's pretty.
Okay, so one more time, make sure that you put your code in there. If you do not put your code in there, we cannot issue you credit. So make sure that that is done. You can submit the form without the code successfully, but you will not successfully get attendance if you don't put that code in. So make sure that occurs. So that's super duper important for that. Okay, I think, Connie, it is time for us to pick back up in our presentation. What do you think?
Yeah, because you have a lot of cool things left to show us.
Yeah, so come back if you are doing your attendance. We don't want you just to disappear. If you haven't done your attendance, just jot the secret code down. It's the same link all day long, and you can do it during the break. So moving on to our next topic, and this is probably a familiar scenario. You have lovely activities that you've created for your classroom, and you have different stations, or maybe you have studios, or kids are just working independently on different variety of activities in your classroom. Maybe you're doing small group instruction. And on those days, does it ever feel like kids are chasing you around going, is this right? Is this right? Is this right? Is it right? Do you just go crazy by the end of the day?
We've all been there.
Yeah, I think we have. And you know what? I really wish there was a way to make this easier on ourselves. How can we get these kids to self-manage? There's got to be a tool.
I bet you have one.
I bet I do. That's why we're here, right? Okay, so let me show you the tool that I have to share with you. You are going to love this tool. Even if you're not a spreadsheet fan, you're going to love this. Okay, so here is the tool that I have. It is a self-checking document. This was created for our math teachers, or a few of our math teachers had asked how to use 3D models inside of activities. So we came up with this. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a 3D model. So this activity was intended for students to do at a station where they can use their fingers on their big giant panels and manipulate these three-dimensional models. They can, if it works better for them, resize them, and they can move them around how they see fit. So if they want to move them or just adjust, they have that ability. How cool is that?
Wait, Tammy.
Yes.
They can go to the Promethean board and play with those?
Yes, fingerprints and all. They're allowed to touch them. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's why they're supposed to be touchable, is for the kids.
I think so.
Fancy that. So once they're ready, they've got some questions. So once they're ready, they can go ahead and check their questions. So is this the right answer there, Connie?
I'm thinking yes.
Let's find out. Yeah.
Hey.
All right. Is this the right answer? What do you think the answer is supposed to be right here?
6.
Okay, we're going to go with 6.
Oh.
So now Connie and I are going to have to talk a little bit to see what we can come up with the answer. And hopefully your kids have better discussions than we just had to come up with 6. All right, and as you notice that we have the answers coming up at the top, that's creating a code for our kiddos. Check that out. And it's not just limited to numbers. You can even create self-checking documents with words. So rectangular, oops, it does need to be spelled right. So if you have your kids with accommodations, you might need to provide something that they can check against for their spelling, or working in groups helps as well. And oh, one thing I should point out is that I have this nifty trick of mine that annoys some people that I work with, that I use random capitalizations. Fortunately, I am not going to be penalized for that. So I can literally put every second letter as a capital and it's still going to mark it right. How cool. Okay, and I can also have more than, oops, my little pen, there we go. I can also have more than one correct answer. Check that out. So I've set this to have more than one correct answer because sometimes you can have things with more than one right answer. And as I get finished, I have my code up at the top, and then I have a link that will take me to my next assignment. Now, this was designed for kids in classrooms. Not all our kids are in classrooms. Some of them are at home right now. So we had to make an accommodation for those kids at home. Now, in online, Excel does not support three-dimensional. It does support it on the desktop and on your panel, but it turns it into a picture. It's not a three-dimensional object anymore. So to help those kids at home still have the three-dimensional experience, a GIF was created. Again, it still works like it, but I know from experience, my Zoom isn't really helping me very well. Let's see if this catches up. Oh, it's got to refresh. Let's try that again. Let's see if we can do self-checking. Yes. Yes, it works. There we go. So I do the self-checking. It works exactly the same way up here when I have answers correct and incorrect. So other than the three-dimensional models not working, everything else works the same. Shall we show them how to do this? Oh, speaking of which, let's share this with them, Connie.
Okay.
Yeah, let's put the link to this in the chat so they can check this out and they can play with it. Now, the cool thing is that we have 120 people watching right now. All 120 of you can get on there and put your stuff in there and it will not affect the document. I'm going to show you how to do that too. All right, so let's take you to how to do this. And my example is going to be for our music teachers. Do we have music teachers in the house? Woo, woo.
Hey.
Yeah, tell us if you're hearing music. We have something for you today. Now we are going to create a document and you can see that this is Excel. Looks kind of boring, doesn't it?
When you first showed me this, I didn't even realize it was in Excel. It's so pretty.
Well, we're going to help you with that too, because nobody wants an assignment that looks like this. Okay, so I'm going to insert, and I can show you that if you are familiar with Microsoft products, this is going to be familiar to you. I can actually just use my online pictures straight in here and not have to go to a separate browser. So I'm going to type in here quarter note. And, oh, and I want it to be a transparent, so I don't have to remove the background. Transparent. Let's see if we get something. Okay, so we have a note, and I'm just going to grab one. There we go. I'm going to grab one and insert it. I can actually insert multiple if I want, so I'm going to click 2 and insert it. Let's see how fast it's going to work. Come on, computer. Yeah, I made it think really hard. Again, I promise it does work. Okay, I don't see that it went in there. Let's try it again. Illustration from online. And I'm going to write quarter note again. This time I'm only going to pick one. There we go. See if it works a little faster. There it is. Oh, it's huge. Okay, so we're going to resize that little sucker so it actually fits. And I can, and when it gives you alternate text for accommodation. So if you have students that need accommodations and they're visually impaired, it gives you the alternate text and you can edit if you want. I'm actually going to, oops, need to separate them. So I can actually remove that if I want to or move it somewhere else. Now here, if I double click on it, and I'm going to bring this down and pin it over here so we can see my menu. So I can, if I wanted to, if I double click on it, I can remove the background by doing the picture format and remove the background. If it didn't come in with remove background, it did. Now, these guys right here are not pictures. They are three-dimensional models. And if you look, apparently it matters which way your music symbols go. So I just typed on the top of cube and bottom of cube. So let's show you how to get these three-dimensional models in there. So I click on insert. And these are part of the illustrations and 3D models. If you're not into making your own 3D models, Microsoft has provided for you a whole library, and I said library instead of library, a library of examples of three-dimensional models. Some of them are animated, some of them are not. If you choose an animated model, it will still be animated in Excel. So you don't have to have PowerPoint to have animated models. And that is super cool. So there he is right there. So if you want to make this a little fun, you can have your little wagging dog up at the corner. And of course, you don't have to have them there at all if you don't want them to. Now, I actually created a three-dimensional model. So let me show you how that comes in. And it's from this device. And I have it hidden away on my desktop. Let me pull it in. And there it is. And again, I can resize it to make it fit the other ones or make it about the same size. And once again, it's three-dimensional. So you can, if you have students working on your panel, they can manipulate these as well. What's cool about this is that your students can organize these and move them physically in how they want to see if they can create different combinations of notes. And that allows them to be able to answer questions about it. So basically, this is their play area, but it doesn't look very playful, does it?
Nope.
No, so we can make it look better. And all I'm going to do is change the color of the background. So I've highlighted my cells and I'm going to click on my color. In this case, I'm going to change it black. But I want to create a designated play area. Hold on, move it over here. So I have a boundary and I'm going to create that to be white. Oops, not white. There it is. There it is. So now my kids have a clear play area. And of course, it's out of order now, but that's the whole point of play area. And, oh, you know what? I think I have stuff on here that I'm supposed to change white too. Nope, I don't think so. Anyway, moving on. Now I did the same thing with my questions. So I'm going to do the same process down here. But first I type my questions on in a single cell. And if I want to change this and I'm trying to edit this, I have to go to the original cell to do that. And that's kind of annoying because I got to figure out which cell I actually typed in. Usually it's the beginning. What I can do to make that a little easier is I can actually merge these so it becomes one cell instead of multiple. So I can right click where I've highlighted. I'm going to format my cells, go to alignment and merge these little guys. And apparently there's a shortcut. Do you remember what that shortcut is, Connie?
HMM or something like that.
Something like that. So if you do a lot of merging, this is probably worth your time to know. So L to H, notice it highlights everything, and it is MM. And now these are highlighted. And guess who taught me that?
Me.
Yes, it was you. You already forgot. So if you forget, you just go to Google, how do I merge, shortcut for merging, and you can find that in there. Or not use it all, just do the long way. It's fine. So now I'm going to highlight this and change the color again. And this is the color I'm going to choose. Now I'm also going to choose to change this cell color. And I want you to pay close attention to the cell color that I'm choosing. Why do you think I might have chose red?
For the wrong answer?
Yes. So what I've done, I'm changing my color of my text right now to white so it stands out like the other ones. So this is going to, I don't have to format this. This is the default color of red. So all I have to do is format for blank and right. So I'm just going to go to home and conditional formatting, down arrow, and create a new rule. This is going to be format cells, and you have an option. They can use text or phrases, just like I showed you earlier, exact cells, or even be blank. So I'm going to click blank, format it, and I'm going to fill it a certain color if it's blank. And the color I'm going to pick is this creamy color. And it is blank. So check this out. Ha, it's blank. Now I'll need to redo that this time. So if there's a correct answer in there, again, new rule, cells that contain, this time I want to make it exact value. And I want it to be this, equal to. And one of your correct answers for this is P, whether it's lowercase or uppercase. Again, format. And if it's right, I want it green. Okay, so I'm going to click OK. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put an answer in there, R. We already know that's wrong. So the default color came through because it's not blank and it's not right. So the red, the default color of red is going to come through. So if I change that to P, it is correct. So the purple block would definitely make 2 beats of music. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is reformat that because I'm going to have more than one correct answer. All I have to do is create the same process again, cell value equal to, and this time I'm going to write, it's either YO for yellow and orange or OY for orange and yellow because it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to click those two in there, YO. And if, oh, you know what? I don't think I actually formatted the color. So I'm going to manage my rule. And look, I didn't set a format. So let me click on that, format, and this time green. See, sometimes mistakes are teachable moments. And then click OK. All right, so if I put P in there, it'll mark it right. If I put, did I do OY or YO? Oh, I did YO. Now, OY is also correct, so I'll have to do a symbol for that one as well, but I'm not going to take the time to do that. Just trust me, you can do 3. And if I put the wrong answer in there, the default color will follow through. All right, so guess what? We have our document ready, and if your kids are just working on the panel, you're actually all set to go with this. And you can minimize all the menus junk and make it cleaner by just lifting it up. Now, moving on to the fact that we have kids online, or if maybe you want to make this an online activity. Our students have Chromebooks, so you could make this an activity they do at their tables, and then you can manipulate it with their fingers, and they can put their answers in. So I will need to save this online in OneDrive. And now, if your OneDrive is not connected, easy enough to fix. If you're in Sci-Fair, you just have to download the OneDrive app through Avanti. If you don't want to do that, well, that's not a big deal either. Let me open up our little guy right here. You will need to go to OneDrive, log in using your district credentials, and you're simply going to upload your file. Now, I already did that for time's sake, so it's already in there. And this is my file. So this is what it looks like online, but that's not how we want to give it to our kids. We have a better way of sharing. So I'm going to File and Share, and I'm going to embed it. Now, I already know because of the Zoom is on that this little button right here isn't going to work. So I already have that prepared for you. But let me show you how to fill that in. We don't want the entire workbook. We want to select a range. All you have to do is click your first cell, which is A1. And let me close out so I can show you what it is. And my last cell is right here. It is M30. Now, when you're creating these documents, try not to go past the M column. And the reason for that is that when you embed it, then it doesn't fit in the window very well. So M seems to be the limit. Otherwise, it just spills over and it's partially hidden. So when I'm entering it in, I want to go one beyond. So I want to go N31 so that nothing's cut off. So let's go ahead and do that again. Share, embed, and spin. There we go. I'm going to click on select a range. I'm going to go A1. That's my first cell. Colon space. Oh, that's not a 1. That's a 1. Colon space. And then I'm going to go to N, and it is 31 because I want to go one beyond where I was. And all I have to do is tab out, and it gives you a new refreshed image. Now, because I'm in Zoom, it's not going to work. We already tested this. So this is what it turns into when you tab. Now, your appearance, you probably want to hide the grid lines. You probably want to not include a download link if they're using Chromebook because it will not work on a Chromebook. If they're using laptops, then maybe include the download link. But our kids in our district are using Chromebooks, so that's not going to be helpful to them. It might be confusing. This is critical. Let people type into the cells and their stuff is not saved. That's what you want to click. Otherwise, everybody's going to be typing all over top of each other. Now you get a default, and sometimes it will let you change it. You probably want to change this to 900 so it fits across your screen and things aren't cut off. But sometimes when you do that, it does not update in here. It just stays back at 700. That's okay. We can work around that. I take my link right here and take it to my sway. Now in my sway, I'm going to paste that 700 link. But all I have to do is change it to 900 and then boom, you're done. But I want you to see what it looks like if you use the default code. So this is a default code and I changed it to 900 right here. So I push play. Okay, here's my 700. Notice that it's smaller and let it load, let it load. I think I may have reached the limit of what my computer can do. All right, so yes. And
we probably need to start wrapping up. Do you have some information though that can kind of step by step?
We do. So at this point, we are ready to wrap up. This was the very last thing and it's not loading because of my stuff. So we have some
just slow.
Yes, they are. So we have this to share with you. This is going to go in your link. And this information will help you with some of the information that we shared with you. So we have the examples that we shared, that we created. And then this is the one that wasn't showing up. This is the 700, what it looks like. And this is what the 900 looks like. So we have this to share with you. Feel free to use it. And thank you for being part of our presentation today.
And also on that presentation, if you're a Microsoft and you're tracking your hours to be a trainer or a Microsoft Innovative Educator, we have a resource page for that as well. Thank you
Wonderful.
so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. That was like, I learned a lot. I learned, and I have a new love for Excel because you did a lot for Excel. I'm just all over the place with like, yay, Microsoft today.
Yep.
This is not normal. Okay.
This is not normal. It is totally normal.
Hey, we all have to learn. We all have to start somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yay, Microsoft.
Yay.
But I still love Google. Anyways, okay. So thank you guys so much. We learned a lot about Sway and Excel, and it was a lot of fun. And we are going to take a quick break. During this time, you can go ahead and participate in the Twitter challenge if you guys would like to. And then we will be back here at 11 a.m. For our next presentation, which is all about creating custom GIFs. Sorry, good GIFs, because we like to make everybody happy. Good GIFs, but it's GIFs.
So if you are participating in Twitter, here is the information. It's just a hashtag CFISD EdTech Live 3 and go to @CFI SciFair EdTech.
All right, guys, we will see you back here at 11.
All righty.
Welcome to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
And we are back. That was a short commercial. I think that was my fault.
Please, Tammy. It's cool. It's cool. Welcome back, guys. It is now time for our next session, and we're super excited to have Sci-Fair's very own Spencer joining us. He is going to be going over how to create and use custom GIFs in our classrooms in slides. So Tammy,
I can't wait to see what Spencer's going to show us. GIFs can be customized to support what we do in the classroom, and that is something I think every teacher is going to be able to see how you can use that. And on a side note, GIFs can be embedded into our Schoology. For those of you who are using Schoology, they can be embedded into a page so that you can use it to give directions, not just make things pretty.
I mean, but making things pretty is cool too, right?
Absolutely. I'm all about that.
And not to mention, I mean, I feel like a lot of people love and follow you on Twitter, Spencer, because you share so many great things. If you did not know, Spencer is one of our instructional tech coaches over at Hoover Elementary. So big shout out to Hoover. You got a good one. And he's on this side of me. I don't know what side you're. So Spencer, if you are ready, I'm excited to learn more about GIFs and slides.
Awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Coming in great.
Good deal. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share screen. And let's go ahead and get started with learning how to create animated GIFs in Google Slides. All right, let me go ahead and click on, let me remove this real quick, my face from the presentation. Okay, so GIFs in Google Slides. And it's loading. There we go. All right. Hopefully we don't have too many issues with that. But first of all, I just want to thank the Sci-Fair EdTech team for just having me on. They do so much great work in our district, and they're like one of the hardest working teams. And I just really appreciate, and I see all of the stuff that they do week in, week out for all of our students and teachers. And it's just awesome. So thank you guys for having me on. All right, so GIFs in Google Slides. Today you're going to learn how to, see if I can move this up here. You are going to learn how to create a GIF that shakes, or a good GIF, as they mentioned earlier. You are going to learn how to combine multiple GIFs into one, which requires a little bit more than just Google Slides. You are going to create animated GIFs for social media. You're going to learn how to do that. And then also, we're going to learn how to convert videos to animated GIFs. Now, I literally was like working on this presentation up until like the last minute. And so for some reason you are confused about what you've heard or what you're seeing, that's okay. Just write down your question and I hope I can answer it at the end. But chances are it's probably me. Yeah. But making a GIF is like cooking, right? So all of us have probably cooked something at some point. When you cook something, you have to have the ingredients, right? You have to have like, the veggies or the meat, whatever you're adding into it. But then you also have the directions on how to put it all together and to make it into something that's actually, good and worth eating, right? And so making a GIF is kind of like the same thing. Okay, we're going to have ingredients. We're going to have some different tech tools that we're going to use. The main one being Google Slides, but we're also going to add in some other things. And once we learn like how to do it, how to cook it up, once we learn the directions on how to bring it all together, you'll be able to create some really, really cool things. I have no doubt about that. So we're going to start off easy with lesson 1, how to create a GIF that shakes. Okay, and the really cool thing about doing this in Google Slides is that it's literally only 2 slides that we're going to be using. So the tools that we're going to need for this are Google Slides, and that's where we're going to basically build our frames that we're going to put into motion. And then Tall Tweets is going to help us animate our pictures that we've added into Google Slides. All right, so hopefully you're familiar with Google Slides, but to insert an image into Google Slides, what you do is you go up to the top and you click on Insert, and then you can click on Image, and then you can upload from your computer. That's not the only way. You can also do it from your Google Drive. If you have an image there, you could also do it by URL, and you could also search the web, but I have one from my computer. Okay, and so in Google Slides, the slides are located on your left, and then you basically have like your main board on the right side of the page that's larger and helps you see exactly what you're doing. But what you're going to do is you're going to insert an image into slide 1. Okay, so underneath the number 2, you can see that I have an emoji just icon that I put in there just smack dab in the middle of the screen. And then what I'm doing is I'm hitting Control D to duplicate slide 1 to make 2 slides. So they're exactly the same, okay? The last thing that we need to do is we are going to create the shake. And so all that we're going to do is turn the image to the left on slide 1, and then we're going to move down to slide 2 and turn that image to the right. And that's right, only 2 slides. Okay, we have a question. How do I create the shake? Great question. We're going to get into that in this slide right here. Okay, so here I just wanted to kind of magnify these. I created a little animation to show you what I do on both slide 1 and slide 2 to turn it. Now, if you look right here in Google Slides, when you click on the image, this little blue border is going to come up, and it's going to have like a little round circle at the top. Okay, and what you could do is you could just click and hold down on that circle and move it over a little bit to the left, and then you could go down to slide 2, and you could do the same thing and move it over a little bit to the right. But keyboard shortcuts make this a lot easier. I use a lot of keyboard shortcuts in Google Slides. It really helps me to work fast. And so the keyboard shortcut for rotating an object to the left or to the right, okay, it's going to be Alt-Shift and then the arrow keys. So here I am rotating this image 3 degrees to the left. Okay, so if I press the arrow key, Alt, Shift, and then the arrow key, every time I press that arrow key while I'm holding down the Alt and Shift key, okay, it'll rotate that 1 degree, whichever direction I'm clicking it. Okay, and then the next one would be Alt, Shift, and then arrow key, and doing it to the right. All right. Nice. Off we go to talltweets.com. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and what we're actually going to do is we're going to jump to a future section in this presentation because, I was trying to cut down on how many slides I was using, and we're going to get to this later in this presentation as well. But talltweets.com is basically what's going to help us to import the Google Slides presentation. Okay, and for us, it's just 2 slides. And it's going to allow us to create the animation for us, okay? So when you get there, you're going to click on the Select Presentation button to open your Google Drive. it's going to open up like this, and you're going to choose the Google Slides presentation that you've been working on, okay? Now, once you do that, this is going to open up. Your GIF is actually going to be to the right, but I'm not going to show that right now. But if you want to change the width of your GIF, let's say you created your presentation in Google Slides, but the width and the height is just really, really big, then you can lower that here just by entering in the width. It'll automatically adjust the height. A good rule of thumb is less than 800 pics, because you'll find out soon that with GIF file size, they can get pretty big. With the more colors you have, the larger the size that it is. So this might be an important thing that you might have to adjust. Here is where you can enter in how long you want each frame to last. Now, we only have 2 slides, 2 frames that we're working with. So I usually put 0.5 seconds, and you can actually adjust this later in a different tool, which I'll show you soon. And then finally, the sequence of slides. Now, this is for if you're only wanting to show certain slides, like let's say you had like 15 slides in your Google Slides presentation, but then you realize that maybe there's a few that you don't need. Well, then you can enter in the slide numbers for only the frames of the slides that you want this tool to process for you. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, finally, you click on the blue Create GIF button, and when it finishes, it's going to show you a Save button that you can see right over here. Okay, and you're going to click on Save. All right, and this is our new shiny animated GIF, sorry. You can see how all it does, it just shakes to the left, shakes to the right, shakes to the left, shakes to the right. Pretty simple, right? Yeah, not that bad. So a couple of things to mention though. So when you're working within Google Slides, you're gonna need to change the background color of the slide. Now you could keep it white, default is white, but if you're wanting to, let's say, move that animated GIFs to like a slide, kind of like I have, then you're gonna need to change the background color for each of those slides. So gradient or transparent backgrounds usually don't render well and are glitchy. Use solid colors and your GIF will be solid. Okay, as you can see, I don't know if you can see it or not, but with the gradient, when you kind of process those in talltweets.com, a lot of times it comes out weird with lines. And then also, if you change the background color in slides to transparent, it sometimes glitches, and I think you can see that it kind of leaves like one behind it. So yeah, it's usually not a good idea to do that. So just be sure to use solid background colors. Now make it a sticker or not. Okay, what do you mean by this? So if you want your GIF to look like a sticker, match the slide backgrounds, and that was kind of what I was getting at before when I was talking about making sure that you change the background color of the Google slide to match maybe the place where you're going to place it. Otherwise, it'll look like that, right? And so that's the that white background right there. That is the background of the Google Slides. If I hadn't changed anything, if I just left it as it was. So with this one over here, I changed the background color to match the color of this slide. So hopefully that makes sense. And now it looks like a GIF that I could place anywhere, even though it doesn't have a transparent background. So since we have to choose a solid background due to the glitches when rendering GIFs with transparency, be sure that your slide background color matches the background color of the location you're placing it. I'm getting a little repetitive, aren't I? Okay, lesson 2, how to combine multiple GIFs into one. Okay, you can create a lot of cool things with this. I usually create these when I'm wanting to do like a banner, either for social media, or maybe I want to post something for my class in Schoology. Okay, you can highlight important events. You can draw attention to important links. Maybe it's something that you want to change into to where they can click on it, like mine right here. I want my parents of my school to know that school supplies are here and then you can buy them now. Okay, so I have this little red graphic on here, and then I have this arrow, and then once I create the GIF, then I can link it up. So a lot of great things that you can do with these, and I think it'll just really engage your viewers and help it to stand out for anything important that you want to do. All right, here's the thing about combining GIFs. We can't use talltweets.com because when we bring in that Google Slides presentation, what it does is it basically creates like a static image. And so let's say we had like multiple animated GIFs on a slide, it would immediately like cancel that out. So we're gonna have to use a different tool. So for this one, we are going to use Google Slides, and then we're going to use, for me personally, I like to use Nimbus, but you can use another screencasting extension, one that you like. And then finally, we'll use easygif.com, which I don't know if you've used it before, but I'll show you exactly how to do this. So some good rule of thumbs. Again, I talked earlier about file size. And so when you're in Google Slides, we're going to learn how to change the dimensions, okay? But just as a rule of thumb, make it a rectangle or a square, okay? And then to reduce file size, make sure it's less than 800 pixels width. Really, 800 pixels is the max. You probably would work better with something like 600 or something like that. And then the less colors, the better, because less colors equals lower file size. All right, here's some good GIF sizes for rectangles. So again, I'm going to show you here in a second how to change the dimensions in Google Slides for your slides, so that when it exports, it's exactly how you need it to be. But here's one 800 by 533, 700 by 467. Then we have 600 by 400, and then 500 by 333. Okay, and yeah, so why is this important? Large GIF dimensions equals larger GIF size. I already mentioned that. And this can cause some issues because if the file size is too large, it may go beyond the file size limit that social media platforms place on uploads. A lot of times, you know, when you create a GIF or you're trying to upload an image somewhere, they do have size limits on how big it can be. And so just make sure that you're kind of following these guidelines so that it's not too big, and then you have to kind of redo it and resize it and all that. So okay, so here's how you change the dimensions in Google Slides. So you go up to the top and you click on File, and then over towards the bottom you click on Page Setup. Okay, and then you're going to change it to Custom. There's like a little drop down box. I think by default it shows like widescreen 16 by 9, but we're going to click on Custom. Okay, we're going to change it from inches to pixels. And then there's where we can click on those boxes and then change it to the numbers that we need for the size. And then be sure to click on Apply when you're done. All right, for this one, you need to change the background color. Again, I mean, you could keep it white if you want, but I chose to to make it blue. And again, it's so that we don't have to worry about the background messing up. All right, and then we're going to add some text. Okay, so in slides, I'm not gonna go through the whole process of exactly how to add text. I'm assuming that most of you have probably played with it, but there's two basic tools for this. There's the text tool and the word art tool. Okay, and once you click on those, you can kind of space out the text how you want, and then but be sure to leave room for the animated GIFs that we're going to be adding. Okay, next is to find some GIFs. What I like to do is I go to jiffy.com. They just have a lot of a great selection of animated GIFs, including stickers. Now, animated GIF stickers are animated GIFs that have a transparent background that actually allow you to place it on any colored background that you want. So it's really, really great. Yeah, so this will click on the GIF that you'd like to use. So when you're in Jiffy, and let's say you can see right here, I typed in the word school. Okay, it's actually going to come up with some solid background GIFs. And so what I do is I click on stickers right here, and then it brings up all of these, and you can see the transparent background with the checkered board and all that. So once we're there, this is a little animated GIF. You can actually do two things. You can copy the URL of the GIF from jiffy.com, or you can just download it to your computer. Okay, and so in slides, you can do the same thing. You can actually paste the URL of the GIF that you found on a website, or you can download the GIF. So I just wanted to show you real quick. Here I am copying the GIF URL for pasting in slides. So I'm clicking on media over here and then copy. Okay, and then once I do that, then I would jump over to Google Slides to insert. I'll show you that in a second. All right, and here I am just right-clicking on the GIF and then saving it to my computer. Okay, super easy. I'm sure most of you know how to do that. Okay, and so here's how we insert the GIFs into the slide. The first is going to be showing you how to do it by URL. So whenever we insert an image or a GIF, we have to click on insert. We hover over image and then we click on by URL. Okay, and that's what's going to allow us to paste that URL that we just copied from Jiffy. Okay, once we get it in there, then we can move it all around, but I'm not going to spend any time with that. All right, to upload a GIF that we've downloaded to our computer, we can do the same thing. We go to insert and then image, and then we upload from computer. Just want to make sure you all know how to do that. Okay, and add as many GIFs as you need. All right, what now? Time for some screen recording. Okay, so once we have our the GIFs that we've inserted into Google Slides, then we can start the process of recording our GIF. Okay, and what you're going to do is you're going to click on the screen recording extension that you have installed in Chrome. Okay, for me it's Nimbus, and you can see that I have like this little N circle right here. So that's what I do to start the process. I click on that, and then I go down and click on record video. Okay, then I click on the start record button. I usually just choose desktop. And I don't really need, you see this option right here, record mic sound. You're not going to need that with an animated GIF because there's no sound, so there's no need to record that. So you don't need to worry about that. And this final box is what they're going to show you, and you just need to make sure and click on the screen. And then make sure you uncheck share audio. I mean, I guess you could leave it checked, but like I said, it's not gonna have any sound with the animated GIF. And then click on share. Okay. The last thing that I like to remove is the there's like this little toolbar thing at the very bottom, and I just click on hide, and so that way it disappears. Okay. And so now we're gonna see how to record the GIF. So I'm not an expert at this. If any of you know of a better way of how to do this, please let me know. This is just kind of how I learned, and honestly, there's probably a better way. So would love to hear what you guys think. Okay, so here's the process of recording your GIF. Once you start recording, okay, you're gonna click on the present button, okay, up at the top right in slides. You're gonna wait for anything other than your GIF to disappear. If you notice, there's this press escape to exit full screen at the top. I'm waiting until that disappears, okay? And then I'm gonna let my GIF run a few times, and then I'm gonna hit the escape button to exit full screen mode, and then I'm going to go back up to my extension and stop the recording, okay? When your recording is done, okay, this box is gonna pop up, and you're going to save it as a video, okay? Wait, what? Yeah, we're going to convert it to an animated GIF soon, so don't worry, okay? All right, so easygif.com to the rescue. This is where we can cut and crop our video and then convert it to an animated GIF. And they make it really easy, so I'll show you that in just a second. All right, so when you get to easygif.com, you are going to click on video to GIF, okay? Then you are going to choose your video slide. You're going to click on upload video. Okay, once it pops up in there, the very first thing that you're going to do is click on the crop video button. All right, now I'm going to show you, this is kind of a silent video, but I'm just going to talk while it's playing. But you're going to drag the crosshairs to the full width and height of what you want the user to view for the finished animated GIFs that you're creating. So for us, when I went full screen, there were these black bars on the side, but I don't want those in my animated GIF. And so we're going to learn how to crop those out. Okay, so here I am taking the crosshairs, I'm dragging it down. I kind of found the left side of that blue part. Okay, and as you can see, the video is still playing and it's getting kind of crazy, right? But I drag it all the way down, okay, and then it's all the way up at the top. And then I'm gonna drag that right side over until I find the right side of the blue part, until I'm not actually showing any of the black sides. Okay, and there's that moving dotted line. You can kind of see where it is. Hopefully this is making sense. Okay, so once you do that, you scroll down and then you click on crop video. Okay, and there it is right there. Now I still haven't cut it yet, so you're still seeing everything else, like, you know, you're still seeing Google Slides and all that. So we need to learn how to actually cut the video now. All right, go ahead and stop that. Okay, so now we're going to cut the video. So once you cut the video, it's going to provide your new video at the bottom, okay? And here it is right here, and you're going to click on the cut video button. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to cut the video on easygif.com. So what you're going to do is, and you'll see here in a second, you're going to play and pause the video to mark both the start time when you want the GIF to start and the end time when you want the GIF to end. So even if you don't get it exactly right, this can be changed later with the frames tool. We'll actually show you how to do that later on. Sorry, let me restart this. Okay, so I'm playing the video, okay? And then I'm basically watching the video to see when it goes full screen and when that message up at the top where it says click on escape to exit full screen. I'm basically waiting for that to disappear, and that's going to be my start time for the GIF. So I'm just kind of watching it. I'm watching it, and then it disappears, and then I click on pause. Okay, and then I go down. Yeah, I'm basically finding where I want to do it, and then I'm clicking on use current position. Okay, so that's going to be the start time. And then I find the end part where I want to stop it. And then I'm going to click on use current position next to end time. Okay, and that's going to kind of mark both the start time and the end time. And then when I click on cut video, I can see if it's actually done it the way that I wanted to do it. If not, then I can go back later and edit it and try it again. So here I am clicking on play, and it only cycles through 1 second, and that's really all I need, because all of those animated GIFs are kind of moving on their own, and we know that those animated GIFs are just repeating themselves. So I don't need like this long video, because if I keep it really long, then the GIF file size is going to be really large, and I don't want that. So let me exit full screen. Play it again. Okay, so now here is where we convert the video to a GIF. Okay, so I got the video cut, and it's the exact length that I want it, and so that button is at the very bottom left, just says video to GIF. All right, and so to convert the video to a GIF on easygif.com, it's really easy. All you do once you click on that button is you scroll down, and there's a convert to GIF button, and voila, it changes it to a GIF. So pretty easy. Now, once you do that, you have to make sure you click on the save button. It's at the very bottom right. I'll kind of show it to you at the very end. It turns yellow, but just click on that and it'll save it to your computer. All right, so there's our new shiny animated GIF. And yes, that's a man with a hamburger as a head, and he's dancing. Yeah, I just decided to put that in there. So yeah, so anyways, all right, that was how to create an animated GIF from multiple GIFs, okay, into one, how to combine those. All right, lesson number 3, how to create a custom GIF for social media. So all of these different social media platforms, they have like, the Facebook stories, the Instagram stories, and Twitter now has something similar called Fleets, which I think is an interesting name. But I'm going to show you how to create this using Google Slides and then some other tools as well. So this is kind of a, let's see, Red Ribbon Week. This is something that I did for my my school a few years ago. I knew that Red Ribbon Week was coming up, and my principal had asked me to create something that would help parents remember like what the students are supposed to wear each day. And so I created them and I released them in the afternoon so that parents could see exactly what they needed to wear for the next day. So I just wanted to scroll through some of these that I made so that you can see exactly how they work. This was the first day, Monday. And so it's basically a message that I wanted them to get. Here's Tuesday, we were too bright for drugs. And then let's see, it says on Tuesday, wear neon colors. You do all of this in Google Slides. It's really cool. I love this. This is probably my favorite. We're too smart to start. On Wednesday, dress like a nerd. And then I got Steve Urkel on there. I used to love Family Matters growing up. So anyways, and then this one was Thursday, use your head. Make your hair crazy. So we had some students with some funny hairdos. And then on Friday, I must ask you to say no to doing drugs. So Friday, wear a mustache. Okay. All right, so the tools we're going to use for this are Google Slides, Tall Tweets, and easygif.com. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is you want to build the message in Google Slides. So on that first slide, all you need is just one slide. Build the entire message that you're wanting the viewer to see. And sorry, I had a technical difficulty. Okay, so once you do that, you're going to move on to the next part, which is, I used word art to create the text for my GIF instead of the text box. For some reason, I wanted to point that out to you. So there you go. Number two, we're going to build the frames. We're going to separate the text into different slides to build the frames for animation. Okay, so in that slide number one, I had Red Ribbon Week starts on Monday. That's like the full message that I wanted to put out there. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm basically counting the words. So red, ribbon, week, that's 3, starts 4, on 5, Monday is 6. So I'm kind of duplicating slide number one to make 6 slides or 6 frames. Okay, and it might help to visualize this if it's hard for you to like scroll down and you might mess that up. You can click on the grid view right here. Hold on 1 second. There we go, now we're full screen. Okay. So this is grid view, and it allows you to see kind of everything at a glance. So here you can see I've already duplicated all of the slides. Oh, and actually there's 7, never mind. But in the first slide, I just had the first word, and the next slide I had 2 words, and the next slide I had 3 words, and on and on and on. Okay, and then you can see that once I get here, I actually have one right here that just has it completely blank. And I'm going to show you what we're going to do with that in easygif.com. Okay, so here's where we're going to create the animation. We already kind of went through this a little bit, so I'm not going to spend too much time, but get to talltweets.com, this screen pulls up and you click on select presentation. And you find the Google Slides presentation that you're wanting to import. And then we can change the width. We can enter how long we want it to be. Again, I usually put 0.5 seconds because as you'll see in a little bit, we're gonna change the duration of some of those frames or slides. And then finally, you can enter the sequence. I want to use all 7 slides that I've put in there, so I'm not going to enter any in there. And then click on Create GIF, and then make sure you save it. Okay. Now this is our new shiny animated GIF. Okay, it looks okay, but we're not quite there yet because what Tall Tweets does is if you set it at 0.5, then each of those frames just goes through for only 0.5 seconds. And there's no ability to like adjust the duration of different frames. And when I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's not much time for the user to actually read what I'm wanting them to get. So we're gonna have to change some things. EasyGIF.com to the rescue. This is where we can edit and finalize our animated GIF. Okay, specifically, we'll be using the frames tool, which you've not seen yet, but it will allow us to do two things. We're going to change the frame length in seconds, and then it'll also allow us to copy or skip frames. So let's go. All right, to edit the animation, you're going to go to EasyGIF.com. You're going to click on GIF Maker, okay, which is the very first link at the top left. Okay, then choose Files, and then Upload and Make a GIF. Okay, once you do that, this is going to pop up, and now you can see it's almost like we're looking at the grid view in slides. Okay, you're seeing all the frames of your animated GIF that we just created at Tall Tweets. Okay, and so here you can see I am changing the delay or the duration of the slides because I'm thinking, okay, I want them to see the on Monday part a little bit more. I don't want it to like disappear really quickly and then go back up to the very top and start the animated GIF over. Okay, and you can see right here that 50 equals 0.5 seconds. So it already has 50 in there because that's what I set it to at Tall Tweets. Okay, and so what I'm doing right here is I'm changing this one to 100 so that it'll last 1 second, and then this one as well. Okay, now here is where we can add a frame, and I mentioned that I was adding that one where on Monday was actually gone from that last one, and I wanted to do that because I wanted the on Monday part to flash a few times, okay, before it like started the animated GIF over. Okay, and so that's what I'm doing right here. You can see that I'm duplicating a frame by clicking on copy, and then I'm clicking and dragging it over to move it. And I can do that as many times as I want for as many frames as I want to get the kind of animation that I'm wanting to see. Okay, question, can't I just add frames in slides instead of copying and then moving them at EasyGIF.com? And yes, that's true. Ideally, you would create all of your frames in slides, but if you have to make changes, you can save time by quickly copying or skipping slides at EasyGIF.com without having to go back to creating or deleting them in slides and then having to recreate the GIF at talltweets.com before going back to EasyGIF.com. Hopefully that makes sense, but by using EasyGIF.com, we are saving a ton of time and we're not gonna have to go back through that whole process to change different things. We can do it all at EasyGIF.com. So once you're done editing the frames, you're going to click on Make a GIF, the Make a GIF button towards the bottom of the screen. And there it is. Okay, and now this is our new and improved Shiny animated GIFs. And as you can see, the wording kind of stays there, and then the on Monday part blinks like I wanted it to. And so now I feel more confident in releasing that, and I'm not gonna worry about, you know, whether or not my parents actually understood what we were trying to say. All right, all thanks to the frames tool at EasyGIF. Okay, so there's the before with all the frames having the 0.5 second delay. Okay, and then the after duplicating some frames at the end, and then adding some more time to each frame helps the viewer receive the message better. Okay, so you've been watching. Here's the secret code. Tammy, do you want to get on and say anything, or Manny?
Hi guys. So this is Spencer. You've been doing some seriously great things, but this is definitely where right now is a good time to click on that bit.ly and type in our, again, remember it's secret code, secret. So secret. Type in the secret code. Make sure you get that email response to make sure that you've got credit, or you're going to get credit for this PD session. I know Spencer has a lot of some more great things to show us, and I am loving learning how to create all of these GIFs. Sorry, Spencer. I'm gonna say GIF.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Not to start a whole debate, is it GIF or is it GIF?
Yeah,
That's
right?
why we say GIF. That's what we just
GIF.
threw it all together. I was curious, Spencer, saw a question. Are we able to do do what you're doing, like creating these custom GIFs in WeVideo? Is that a thing?
Yes, you can, but it's going to be a little bit different because basically in WeVideo, you're taking a video and then importing it in there. So, I mean, yes, I guess you could do that. Yeah. But probably once you record your screen, if you remember the blue one that had the school supplies are here.
Yes.
Once you record your screen, it's gonna be a video, and then you could import that into WeVideo. Yes, and then I think there's an option there to create it as a GIF or to export it as a GIF. So yeah,
Very
that's definitely
cool.
possible. Yeah.
Awesome.
And like I said, it might actually be better. This is kind of what I've been going with, just because it's what I kind of tinkered with and discovered that I could use, and it seems relatively easy. But honestly, there might be a better solution, and that's why I'm hoping that somebody maybe watching can help me out and share like a better way. Oh, and I was gonna say too, if you know, because thus far I haven't learned how to do this, but if you know how to create like an animated GIF sticker where the background actually is transparent, because I don't think we're going to be able to do that with slides, unfortunately. Or maybe there's a different tool other than easygif.com or Tall Tweets that could help, render it without any glitchiness. I would love to hear that as well, because I thus far I haven't figured out a way. So
Ooh, that would be, I feel like someone in the chat, like, help us out here, because that would be cool.
yeah.
Now I'm making a note, like, okay, I wanted to learn how to do this too.
Yes, absolutely. I was trying to think of any tools, but I can't think of any tools either that allows for transparent backgrounds for GIFs that we can create. I wonder if Adobe does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think definitely with Adobe, I want to say maybe I might be getting this wrong, but After Effects, but I just haven't played with it or dug too deep to figure out how to do it. So
Yes, but I definitely love the ways that you're showing us how to create all of these custom GIFs and stickers, because we all like to make things personal and show our parents and our teachers and our students that I took the time to make this specifically for you. So I'm loving everything that you're showing right now, Spencer.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. And so one of the things I do too, like with with the Red Ribbon Week, that's kind of a specific thing. I may or may not be able to use that in the years ahead, depending upon what our administration decides, for our students to wear. But you could also create just some animated GIFs that you could think of using year after year that aren't necessarily that you wouldn't have to rely on a schedule or anything like that, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense, but create some animated GIFs that you could use year to year, and that way it's not like a specific thing where you could only use it one year, but it's something that you could reuse, especially in Schoology. I'm thinking with the animated GIFs and some of the maybe the prompts that you want students to see and to repeat for them, that could be super helpful for your students. So things like that.
Now I'm thinking the procedures for the classroom, having those with some custom animated GIFs for it.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Yes.
So generally just posted in the chat that PowerPoint can make clear backgrounds. I know that they can make GIFs in PowerPoint, but I didn't know that it could create clear backgrounds for GIFs in PowerPoint. That would be huge if it does. I'm looking right now, but I don't see it. So I'm going to have to bug our Gently team to see if they can tell us how to do the clear backgrounds.
That's the other thing too, where Google Slides is kind of lacking, because I think in PowerPoint and then also Apple, Keynote, I think you can export your presentation as a video, and currently with Slides natively, you can't do that at all. But I want to say that might work, if I don't know if you can set the delay or the duration of each slide or frame like you can with easyGIF.com, but that's something to look into.
Another point for Microsoft today. Another point.
Poor Google. We're going to have to
I need
amp it
to
up.
get more familiar with Microsoft.
But you
I'm
know,
like-
you're showing some amazing stuff with Google. So it doesn't matter what tool you use, the things that you're showing are completely applicable. And we have a lot of Google fans out there are very comfortable with Google and would love to be able to do these in Google and just keep going with Google. So we got to accommodate all our fans, our Microsoft and our Google fans.
That's right. That's right.
Thanks for that, Tammy. Make my heart feel a little better.
Oh, poor baby. Google has some really cool stuff. So we got to keep it going with that.
Yes.
Yes, and hopefully they'll add more. Like one of the things I've been wanting for Google Slides to add for the longest time, and PowerPoint already has it and has for like the longest time, is just your ability to change like the each slide's duration, like when you're presenting, because like you have no way to do that in slides right now, so it's really frustrating. But and then you can also, well, now you can add audio to Google Slides, but you know, for the longest time, PowerPoint was the only one that had it. So
Spencer, you make me like just keep pushing Microsoft here.
I know, what am I doing? Am I doing this all wrong in slides?
Come on.
No.
It's cool.
You are
It's
doing awesome. Keep going with your slides. This is good stuff.
Yes. So we're going to
So
go ahead and hand it back over to you, Spencer.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's move on to the next one. So yes, I mentioned at the beginning that I didn't feel like I probably had enough to fill the whole 50 minutes, and so this is pretty much where we come to that point. But what I'd like to do is once I share the URL at the end of the presentation, I'm gonna be updating this presentation with some of the things that I didn't get to, like this one, for example. With this one, I would like to kind of show you how to make animated GIFs in like Instagram. Like Instagram stories, it's funny, it's become like one of my go-to image editors, because basically what you can do is you can, upload an image to stories. Okay, you can add animated GIFs to it to kind of overlay it, and then you can download it without posting it. Like you don't actually have to post it to the social media platform. You can just go in there, use it as an image editor, and then just download it to your computer or to your phone, and then you can use it somewhere else. So it's super, super cool. I use it all the time. And unfortunately, I didn't get to actually creating that, but I would like to do that for anyone who has the link to this presentation. So when creating animated GIFs, the possibilities are endless, and hopefully now you have a foundation in which you can start creating your own animated GIFs to engage and communicate with your students, parents, and the internets. Also, teach your students, like this is some really cool stuff. And as you saw at the very beginning, it doesn't take much. Like that first one was just 2 slides. And if you could teach them how to import an image into Google Slides and then duplicate a slide and then move the image to the left or to the right, well, they're already halfway there. And then all that you would have to teach them how to do is to just go to Tall Tweets and, basically enter in what they need to enter there. It's not too hard. And so this is the type of thing that I think teachers could also teach their older students with. I'm at a pre-K through 2nd grade campus, so it's a little bit more difficult where I'm at. So, but I could see some students kind of taking this and running with it and creating some really, really cool things. And as you saw, you can do both text. You could even have, I didn't even get to this, but you could even like have your students record videos of themselves and then bring that into the slide and then record your screen. And then you have the video of them doing that. And then you can convert it to a GIF with easygif.com. There's so many different things that you can do, or WeVideo, we talked about that. That's another tool in our arsenal for creating GIFs. So hopefully I hope this has just opened the door for you to kind of begin creating animated GIFs and then to run with it. And I can't wait to see what y'all come up with. Are there any questions that anybody watching has?
I haven't seen any questions, but we have had lots of positive feedback for you. I think everybody's really excited with what you have had to share today.
Cool. Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't too confusing because, as I don't know, I'm kind of scatterbrained. I can be. And so when I was putting this all together, I kind of realized, wow, this is like a lot, like putting it all together. My main concern was like, are they going to understand kind of the steps? And I feel like as long as you have the steps, even if you don't completely understand the full process, at least you can go back and, kind of like what we were talking about with cooking, you have the ingredients and now you just kind of have to put it all together. So.
And now I'm hungry for lunch.
Oh, go ahead.
He's brought up cooking a couple times. Now I'm like, oh, I'm hungry for lunch.
So here's the link for this presentation. It's all lowercase, so make sure that you type it in all lowercase. Do I need to share that in chat or anything, or?
No, we will take care of all of your links, and I think I see it in there. Yep, it's already in there. Look at that.
All right.
We got a crew working in the background.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was kind of afraid to click on the chat thing. I didn't know what I was gonna find. But yeah, you can. I didn't share that last slide, but you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. It's just at Rocket EdTech. So.
Do you want to share that screen real quick?
I guess I could. I mean.
I thought we were done.
I guess we still have time, don't we?
We do. Yes. Absolutely. Share your information.
Wow, I actually have gone 15 minutes. Wow, that flew by.
Woot, woot.
Okay, share my screen. Sorry. Here we go. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for having me, and for all of you out there, thanks for watching.
No, we were so happy to have you, and I love how you created your GIFs, or GIFs as you've been calling them, good GIFs, so that it portrayed and brought the attention to the important information. That's something that is very powerful with making GIFs.
Yes. All right. Thank you, guys.
No, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Spencer, for joining us. All right, guys. So just a few attendance reminders. One, make sure that you have actually put remember that code that we talked about. You should get the response. If you didn't get it, you need to resubmit because we want to make sure you get credit.
And make sure you actually put a code in there. If you don't put a code, even if you submit, you cannot get credit. And your name and email correct. That's very helpful too.
Yes, please.
Yes, please, because that's a lot easier to deal with.
No, so we're going to take about a 10-ish minute break. Remember that Twitter challenges are still going on. There's the screen, the beautiful hashtag CFISD EdTech Live T3. We have been loving seeing all of y'all's responses and your answers to these Twitter challenges. So don't forget, participate in these challenges. Join the fun. So we will be back shortly with our last but not least. Is it Supermanda? No.
Yeah, it's Supermanda. You got it.
Okay. Supermanda. We got two more of our EdTech specialists coming in today to teach us some fun things, but I'm not going to tell you what it's about because you'll just have to wait.
Yes, our last session. So it's going to be amazing. We're going to have a good finale.
Yes.
All right, 10 minutes.
Welcome to EdTech Live. We are so happy that you're here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to our event today and share with you some information that you might find important.
A new session starts each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter attendance credit, participate in the Twitter challenges, or take care of personal needs.
During the presentation, your presenter will share with you a secret code. Jot that secret code along with the link. At the end of the session, be sure to submit your attendance and the secret link into the form. You can go ahead and keep that attendance bar open in a separate tab because you'll be using that same form to submit for each session.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to guarantee your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire EdTech team, want to thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy your sessions. It will be starting soon.
And welcome back to our last session.
Yes. Last but not least, this is our finale of Supermanda.
That would be Amanda Campbell and Manny Curiel. Oh, I totally messed that up. Sorry. Our last presenters are two of our very own EdTech specialists. They are going to share with us how students and teachers can use Adobe Spark to personalize and bring their ideas to life.
I like the play on the word spark.
Well, of course, we've got to have a few puns.
Exactly. I mean, you can never have enough puns.
Very true. Very true.
Just saying.
Yes. So Manny's going to be joining me shortly. He might be held up because he's in the same room that Spencer was just in. So he'll be here. Don't worry. It's a lot more fun with Manny in the room.
Well, when you're ready, you can take it away.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you can see what we're going to be working with today. All right. So one important thing to know, I hope that you found out how wonderful Wakelet is. Manny and I put together a Wakelet that we're going to use during this presentation, but we also know, kind of like students, if you give them everything up front, you're going to want to skip ahead just out of excitement and miss some information that may be helpful. So we're going to be showing you this Wakelet. It's got information and like basic outline steps of what we're going to be doing during this presentation. Okay, so you're going to see it, but you will get the link at the end. So don't panic on that account. For those who are not familiar, we have, oh, Manny's coming in. We have Adobe Spark for education. Okay, there is Adobe Spark, but there's also Adobe Spark for education. We have the educational suite. So whenever we get Mr. Manny in, I want him to explain a little more. So will you tell us about the Adobe Spark for education?
Yes. Okay. So my screen is like all kinds of places. So I'm going to have a minute to sort all this out. But I will tell you about Adobe Spark for education. It is so cool because students 13 13-year-old and up, they already had access to Adobe Spark. But now we have Adobe Spark for Education, which is like a specific domain, a very secure location in the internet that it drops the age range, meaning that pre-K, kinder, everyone can use Adobe Spark for Education. Everyone.
Woohoo! So it's not just teachers, it's not just older students.
Nope, it's everyone.
Nice,
yes.
Nice. So we're going to be showing Adobe Spark for Education. It's made up of 3 different components. So we've got Adobe Spark Video, Adobe Spark Post, and Adobe Spark Page, which is the website creator. During this session, we're going to be focusing on video and post because they're really, really useful. And also right now in Sci-Fair, we're not supporting Adobe Spark Page. Okay, so just keep in mind, we're focusing on post and video. If you're in another school district, check with whomever you would to make sure that you can use all 3 parts with students. All right, so, and keep in mind, you are going to get a link to this. The first thing you need to do is know how to log in to Adobe Spark. So Mr. Manny made us a really useful GIF or GIF or
It's
GIF.
It stands for graphic. It's GIF, period.
Okay.
Just saying.
So that debate will continue long after this hour.
Probably.
The first thing you're going to do is go to the website that, oh, I think we just lost it. It's spark.adobe.com. And then you're going to log in with Enterprise. Oh, you're going to do Google. Here, now we are. The Enterprise is the really important part. Why is that so important, Mr. Manny?
Because you got to make sure that you're logging in into the Adobe Spark for Education domain, because otherwise you will go who knows where. You have to make sure that on your little, if you click on your face or your initial or whatever it is, it has to say Adobe Spark for Education Premium, which is free. But you know, it's like the upgraded version, you know, that we get for free. Yay.
Is it free?
It is free.
Very nice. Okay, so you've got that GIF. Remember, you're going to have access to this Wakelet. I'm just going to go ahead and show you. So I'm at the website spark.adobe.com. Okay, and I'm going to continue with Google. And then this is the important part. We're going to do Enterprise because we're using our school accounts to get access to this special domain. So I'm going to click on Enterprise. And then I'm betting it's pulling my Google credentials because I've been in before. But if it doesn't, just log in with your normal CFISD login credentials. Okay, so this takes you into Adobe Spark. A couple of things to notice. You've got menus across the top here, and then also on the left-hand side. So we're going to go through, I'm going to show you 2 parts. I'm going to show you how to make a brand and why you might want to make a brand. And then we're also going to do a branded graphic. Okay.
And why would you want to create a brand for yourself?
Well, because, so the example we're going to be talking about is here again with star review, because we know that's coming up. We're going to be talking about how you can do all of your star review and include your own little brand on it so your students know what it is. I know.
That's so cool.
The rest of the year, you could brand your classroom and you could choose school colors. You could choose your favorite colors. Everything that I'm going to be showing you is within Spark. And if you don't even know what you like, you also have options to just flip through, see what's suggested. So there's lots of fun that you can do.
We like fun. I like fun.
Well, yes, I like fun. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to click on brands. And you'll notice when this loads, I've already been in here and I've got 2 different brands. If this is your first time, you won't have anything, which is just fine because we're going to say create a brand. And then this will actually take you out to a separate web page in Adobe where you can make logos and you can make brands. So we're going to add our brand. If you already have a logo, you can upload it. But I'm not a professional graphic designer.
No?
No, no.
Hmm.
I
mean,
know what I
saw
like.
Spencer had a logo. It was really cool. You can upload that already.
Right, right. So I'm going to say I have no logo and skip this step, which to me is a little misleading because what I really want to do is get to this try our logo maker. Okay, so we're going to make a logo inside Adobe Spark. So this is going to be my biology business because I'm going to act like I'm a biology teacher, and it's called Miss Campbell. And I want to make something that encourages students to do well on STAR and not panic. Okay, so I'm going to go with don't stress, do your best, forget the rest. All right. Yes, it makes it kind of fun.
It rhymes.
It does.
It's catchy.
It is. And I found it somewhere on the internet. So, not my idea. And I typed it somewhere else so I don't have typos. And then I'm just going to click next. And now you can choose a style. We can go with decorative, we can go with modern, we can go with elegant. Knowing I'm working with Manny,
Yep.
I want to go with bold.
It needs to be loud.
Yes. Well, especially once you think of a logo, because most of the time they get pretty small. So you don't want it to be something that's going to disappear. And then as you can see here, it's pulling stuff up. I just typed in science and it pulls up icons that go with that. So I think the microscope, because that says science. And now this is the really cool part to me. It auto generates logos with the information we put in. So I can see here's just a very simple, here it's got a couple of parts. What I'm going to look for is something that has all three parts. I want it to have my name, I want it to have the icon, and I want it to have don't stress, do your best, forget the rest. Okay, because you can always customize from there. So I'm just going to scan and look for something that has all three parts. Oh, here's one. Okay, so I'm just going to click on that one. And then from here, I can, down at the bottom, click on the blue button that says Customize More. Because I want to customize it, blue and white's okay. I'm going to choose to customize it using the Sci-Fair colors. And again, these can be campus colors, your favorite colors, it's your logo. One thing I would caution you though, keep in mind that there needs to be enough contrast between the colors that it can be read. And also students or anyone viewing this that might have issues with colorblind or not being able to see contrast between colors. Okay, so here, I'm going to go ahead and add some colors. Oh, and you can see where I've already added colors. So
you don't have to stick to the same colors, huh?
You don't have to. And like I was saying, if you want to do some decorative colors, you can choose some ones that are down here. So
what if I want some specific colors?
Well, then we can do that. So what we can do, whoops, is click on colors, and then you can pull anything with a hex code.
What?
I know.
What's a hex code?
Well, it's a unique identifier for every color. I hope that's close to the actual definition.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of different extensions. I tend to use the color pick eyedropper, and then I can just go over any part of the screen, highlight it, click, and then copy and paste, and that'll be the hex code for the color. Okay.
There's an eyedropper already in Adobe Spark. Do you see where it says the hex color to the right? Can you use that?
You can absolutely use that one.
But if I'm not in Adobe Spark, then I have that awesome extension.
Right.
Ooh.
So you can see here, I can click on it. And then within Adobe Spark, you can find any color. Let me see if I can do the white. And it does that ring on the outside tells you the color. And then it'll put in.
Disappeared.
It disappeared. I know. Okay. So
cool.
That's easy ways that you can add colors. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and use the colors I've already put in. And again, if you just happen to like a color scheme, you can come down here and it breaks them into those same categories as the icons as the logos you could create. So if you want a more modern look or if you want a bold look, these are color suggestions that are built in. So Mr. Manny, do you want to do pre-selected colors or Sci-Fair colors?
Sci-fi colors.
Sci-fi colors. Okay.
Yes, but that's
So
cool because like your students don't have to go like, oh, I don't know, and choose from random colors. Like Adobe Spark is already giving you like a template. Like, look, you can stick to this color family, and it's already going to be cohesive.
Right, right. Especially for students, they can choose colors that make them happy.
Yes.
All right. So I'm also going to come in here and edit this. And here again, keep in mind when you get the Wakelet, you're going to be able to see this. So I'm just going to go ahead a couple. What I'm trying to do is get something that looks like this because that's the logo I've already pre-created and shared with Mr. Manny. So
I'm gonna use that. So yeah.
yes, yes. So here we go. So I'm going to move the microscope over. I know I need to make it bigger. And then I'm going to click on the color. And it's not letting me. There we go. And I'm going to make that purple. Oh,
So quick.
I
It's
know.
like it acts as if they're separate objects that you can just drag and drop, kind of like peel and stick. That's so easy.
Yes, it really is. And then with text, you can choose fonts, you can choose colors, you can use layouts. And on the fonts, again, it gives you those same sort of fonts that you can find in a lot of programs. You also have the option to add more fonts, but you need to have the whole font file. I just go with what's built in because there's so many options and it's so easy.
And how do you make sure those fonts work well together? Because there's so many options.
There really are. Typically, if you've got something, so let's go with something real swirly. Okay, so if I have something really swirly and cursive like and real decorative, you want the other font to be real simple. You can also try to make fonts similar to each other. I would just be careful because I tend to go with the very simple streamlined. You want to be careful when you're mixing fonts that they aren't like too contrasting because here, I mean, this is not something I would use for EOC because it makes me think of military stencils. So also think about what kind of feel the fonts may have. So I'm just going to pick a font that's not too crazy, but kind of fun. And let me do that quicksand. Oh, nope, that's going to be a little too plain. We'll do quicksand. And then you can also center it. You can align it left, right. And keep in mind that means within this box. So that's aligning within the box, but I can still move this box around wherever I want on the logo. So I'm going to stretch this out so my name only takes up one line. And that was yellow. Oh, so let me go ahead and edit the background. So all I did was click on the background. And then again, I can choose the color. And I'm going to make the color white, which is not on here anywhere. I can just slide all the way over because I know it's going to be in that corner. And that's going to be my background. So now I can make the text yellow and it won't look like it disappears. Mr. Manny, do you know how to resize text inside Adobe Spark?
Yes, there is. Let me see. I was putting my timer on my other screen.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to give you a pop quiz.
That's fine. Let me see. Isn't there a number like next to the font name?
Absolutely. So I can come over here to the font name. You got it.
I passed.
And it was a pop quiz by accident.
I was honestly working on my other screen, setting up a timer.
So you can choose a font. And if you notice, the only thing they offer larger than what I'm currently using is 132. So you can choose that. You can also type in any number you want. Or you can click on these little arrows and resize the font this way. So there's multiple different ways you can resize font. If you want to click, you can do that. If you want to type in numbers, you can do that. It works the same basic way, either way you try it. And one important thing to see down at the bottom, I don't know if you can see because it's pretty small. Let me make this a little larger. So there's two different types of resizing information that you can access in Spark. If you notice, there are these white circles in the corners. And when I hover over them, I get the stretching and squeezing arrow that allows you to resize the text that way. The other thing you have are these bars on the right and left that allows you to make it narrower or wider. So there's different ways that you can resize that text depending on what you're trying to do. And then I think this was blue. So let me come in, and again, you can set all the colors you want. I'm just going to go with the Cyfair blue, and that looks a little bit too large to me. So I'm just going to shrink it down a little bit.
That makes it so much easier rather than with the numbers,
Mhm.
because it fits it and you say, okay, this looks good instead of trying
Yes.
different numbers.
And you can play with this. You can make it as beautiful and complex as you want. But for a logo, to me, that's pretty easy to read. It gets the message across. You know who I am. You know this is for biology class. And when it comes to the test, I want you not to stress, do your best, and forget the rest. One thing to notice. Oh, sorry. Let me go back. I found that I have a typo. So I don't have to restart. I can just click on the box and then double click, and it'll bring me in, and I can add in that apostrophe. When I click done, it'll automatically update to take into account any of those edits. All right, so we've got our logo. We're in pretty good shape. I'm going to go ahead and in the upper right that might be hidden behind my picture, it says download. So I'm going to click on download, and I want this to be a PNG.
Why?
It's going to be that first option.
I see a JPEG. Ooh, what's a JPEG?
Ooh, they're different file formats for images. So I prefer PNG. They're smaller files. And with the PNG, you can do a transparent background that you can't with a JPEG.
Okay. Yes. We're not in the 90s anymore, so it's PNG.
I guess I could have gone with the Manny answer.
Yes.
We're not in the 90s, Manny. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the blue start download. And then this is where with the PNG, I get the option of doing a solid color background or a transparent background. I'm going to choose the transparent background because that means, like if you watch Spencer, he was saying you have to match the color of the background on the GIF to the color of wherever you're putting it. With the transparent background on the PNG, I don't have to worry about any background colors. Okay, so it's now been downloaded to my computer. All right. The good thing is I can just go ahead and close this and everything saves. If that makes you really nervous, you can also click on where it has the spark icon over on the left, and you can see that it'll take you back to the home. Okay, so we can go back home, or we can come back here where we're making the logo. And I need to close some of these tabs because I'm going to end up with a million of them. So I'm coming back to my brand. Now I have a logo. So I want to select that, and it went into my downloads. I'm going to do Miss Campbell, and that's automatically going to bring in the logo we just made. Yeah.
So easy.
Isn't it though?
Easy. Yeah.
And then one of the things I love is that you can pick your colors, but it automatically picks up the colors that are in the logo. So I've already got the same purple that I have in the logo, the same blue, the same yellow. Spark is already picking up on that so that you don't even have to do anything. I can just click save. Whoops, it had the red highlighted. I'm going to go with the blue and click save. Now, here you have to choose your fonts, and you can choose the same fonts. I wouldn't go crazy because here again, we're trying to keep this pretty streamlined logos. You don't want to take away from anything. So I like this clean. All right.
Look, and it gives you a preview of how it'll look like. That's like genius.
Isn't that wonderful? So over here on the right, like Manny said, it gives you a preview of what some of those common templates would look like with the choices you've made.
Yeah.
So you can see, and if it's like, ooh, that's too much blue, I'd rather do the gold, then you can change it out with the gold and see, ooh, how does that look? Or if the gold's too much, I mean, you can just play with it a little bit and see what you like, and it automatically shows you what that preview is going to look like. Nice, nice.
Nice.
All right, so I'm going to click next, and I have to give this a name. So I'm going to call it Campbell Star and create my brand because I don't think that's what I called the other one.
No.
I'm like, let me not name them the same way because that would be confusing for me. So here are the colors. Again, you can come in and edit, and this is the primary colors. You can add more colors just by using those hex codes that you've already saved, put somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I saved those for Sci-Fair, and I'm just going to add some of those colors in so that we can use them. So again, I'm just going to scroll off the screen, come back, and add in the gold. Nope, it's not. So of course it let me earlier. Because I pasted it multiple times. All right, so it's not going to let me, but in theory it should. Trust me, it works, just not live.
Yeah,
all right.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. So we've got our logo, we've got our brand already set with the logo we just made. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back home, and now let's use that and make a branded graphic. Okay, so by the power of Campbell, nope, by the power of television.
You can say, "Oh, look over there," and
look,
then you bring it in.
Shining. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a graphic for our students to help them with some of that test anxiety. And we're going to walk them through this, but we want an easy way for them to remember how to do 4-7-8 breathing. All right, Manny, are you ready to practice?
Yes, yes.
Okay, here we go.
On my serious face.
Serious face. Oh, Manny's serious face. I'm a little scared. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to inhale for 4 counts, hold it for 7, and then exhale for 8.
Okay.
Ready? All right, so inhale, hold for 7, and then exhale for 8. All right, so that'll help you calm down, reduce that test anxiety, and you can repeat that as many times as needed during the test. So,
it feels different. Like, I think because it's not natural for you to hold it and then breathe out for that long. It just come like, ah.
Yes. Well, and it makes you very conscious of your breathing.
Yes.
Because if you're conscious of your breathing, you're not as likely to panic in the middle of a test. So it gives them a way to mentally step back from what they're doing. Okay, so we're going to try to make a graphic that looks kind of like this. Because I just want to make sure you can find all the different parts. So we're going to do a branded graphic. And I know that this is something I want to print for my class. So I'm going to choose print, and then you can choose the size of paper. I'm just going to go with 8.5 by 11 and click next. Okay, so it's going to go ahead. It's going to create a background for me that is that side. And if you notice, it put my logo in. So I think this is my previous logo. It is. Okay, so what I can do is replace and nope. Here we go. So I want to go to logos. And I want to get to 4. Nope.
No, but you have to refresh or something. Because yeah, I have the EdTech logo and the one that you made, and I'm able to switch between the 2 logos.
So again, right now it's not letting me, but you can.
Yeah, you can have multiple logos on your
See, I feel like here it is. Okay, so it is showing up over on the right. And I want to click on those 3 dots and switch brand.
Yes, the beauty of web apps is like, if it's not working, just refresh.
Absolutely. So the one I just made, and one important thing to know, that star that's right up here in the corner, that means that it's my default. So anything I create, it's going to go with that brand, but I can easily come in and switch brand. So now it'll switch that brand out, switch the icon for me. Okay, so I can switch that out, and then a few important components. So here, I know since I'm going to be printing this, I don't want the background to be blue. So I'm just going to click on the background, click on color, and I'm going to choose white because I don't want to waste a bunch of ink on the background. And then going back, I've got a couple of things. I've got some words. I've got a whole cycle here with some words explaining what it is. Okay, so those are made up of a couple of components. Over on the left-hand side, I'm going to use text and icons, but I want to go ahead and show you photos. I didn't use any photos, but you have the option to. You can either upload photos you already have, or you can find free photos. And if you find free photos, you can just type in a keyword and it'll find photos and make suggestions that, I mean, I could do a microscope. And it'll put that in there. And again, you can take that icon, you can resize it, you can move it all around. Nice.
Ah, so you can bring pictures from like the cloud or your hard drive or online there. That is, ooh, because I see Google Drive in there.
Yes, you can connect your Google Drive and pull images in that you have in your Google Drive. One thing to keep in mind if you are going to use Google Drive, just from a file management standpoint, I would go ahead and put all those pictures in the same folder so that they're easy to find. Because if you connect it, you could just go folder within folder or have them everywhere. So just keep in mind, if you want to use a set of files, go ahead and put them in a folder together. So I'm going to go to icons, and there are some fun icons. And I'm going to choose a cycle.
Yeah, like 5 minutes.
Okay. Because I want to make sure that I have a cycle that shows that you repeat that 4, 7, 8 as many times as you need. And I know that my cycle has 3 different components. So I'm going to choose one that has 3 parts. And then if you get chosen off of it, you just keep clicking. I know I want this to be black. The other thing I want my cycle to go the other direction. So if you notice, once I click on that icon, I have the option to flip horizontally or vertically. I'm just going to flip horizontally.
Stop. That is so cool.
Isn't that nice? So now I can have my arrows going to the right, which feels much more natural to me. Okay. The other thing I did for all of the text, and here you've got templates that give you all kind of ideas. I wanted to customize it the way that I wanted. So I just typed 4, 7, 8 breathing. Oops. And click done. And it will put that text in. And then around it on the right, you can notice I can add a shape. So I'm going to click on a shape. And I think I put it in an oval, but you can choose any shape you want. There's a different type of circle, have fun with it.
That's so cool. So it's not like you have to insert the shape first and then put the text on top.
No, it'll keep them associated. Absolutely.
Oh, that's so cool.
And you can come in and change the color. You can rotate the text. Ooh, you can slide it all around. So that's basically how that flyer was built. It was just a matter of having icons and text. Another important thing to notice is the layers. So if you notice here, this 4, 7, 8 breathing is on top of the cycle. If I don't want that, I can adjust the layers, because whatever was put on first is going to be on a lower layer and then you stack on top of it. If I want to change that, I can just highlight something, pretty much anything, and play with the layer order. So I can move it down or I can move it all the way to the bottom, meaning it'll be behind everything. So by layering, you can also change how things appear on your final product. All right, so we've made our logo, we've made our brand, and we've created a post. So I'm going to pause here for questions while we share our attendance code, and then Mr. Manny's going to take over.
Yes. And you gotta be like, slow down, Manny. Just rewind me.
Yes, you can always rewind and pause.
The beauty of YouTube, you can pause.
Yes.
And rewind.
I mean, like, I have like 15 minutes.
Yes.
I'm gonna make it work though.
I've got faith in you.
Like, he's on top of like, hey, you got this much time left.
That's why I was setting up my timer and she popped with me. So on the screen, there are the both bit.lys for in district of out of district, and you need that super code. Please look at your screen, and you need to have an email confirmation. If you don't have one, that means that someone who shall remain nameless did not put their email correctly or their name correctly. Because so please make sure that if you're gonna, submit your verification, you need to get an email back. You
Absolutely.
have until when? Midnight, right?
Correct.
Midnight.
Yes.
Let's say, Manny, you took my lines.
Sorry. I was like,
good.
please don't email me tomorrow in a month saying, oh, I didn't get credit. I'll be like, I know what to tell you, girl. Or dude.
Yes, make sure when you're filling out these forms that you are typing your email address correctly, please. Pretty please.
And your name correctly.
And yes, because it makes getting you guys credit so much easier when we have the correct name and email to assign it to.
Well, I'm not sure that we can issue credit if they don't fill the form in, right? So there's there.
Yeah. So
True.
don't hate us, please, because you're
and remember that you have to enter that secret code, because it's secret. It's not going to go in the chat. You have to enter that secret code into the form for it to actually count, not just your name and the email. The code word has to be in there. We're going like 007 this time.
Yes.
We're going super secret.
We're going super secret, yes, because we have
we're not really that good at
Supermanda.
What's the secret code? There you go. I don't know. I'm just looking at the time. I'm like, ooh, these people are going to be like, Manny, slow down. I'm like, I need to make it work.
I've got faith in you. You can do this.
Well, I mean, I have like a whole bunch of slides to do, but I don't have to make them all. I could just like, look over there, and then they'll be all done.
There you go.
Magic of the movie.
The magic of cooking. That's all we say, because it's done. Like when you go watch a cooking show, it's like, oh, look, I have one done already.
Yes, let me put this in the oven for 45 minutes, and 10 seconds later, oh, look, it's so pretty.
That's right.
Well, and there's not any presentations after us.
Very true.
Yeah, so
very true.
I mean, we're being all silly because we're giving you time to take care of your attendance. So.
Yes, we want to make sure that the super secret code is.
I saw a question on the chat saying that this is not available in Avanti because this is a web app. So you're just going to go to adobespark.com and then you just go from there. So it's not a download. So this is available for students in Chromebooks. So this is not a program that you download. That's why Amanda's like, you need to refresh. With video is the same way. Just refresh and it kind of works because they get up a jiggity because it's a web app.
Well, and yes, that website is spark.adobe.com. Or if you just Google Adobe Spark.
I just Google everything.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, I feel like it was thrown in the YouTube chat as well. So if you would like, you can just click right on that Adobe Spark link that was thrown in there for you guys.
I think that's why it's so cool, because it doesn't matter where you are. When you log in with your credentials, you have access to everything you've made because it's on the web. Yes.
Yes. Well, and it auto saves.
When do I go?
You
tell me.
Manny, you can go right now. Let's get moving with the Adobe Spark train.
All right, so let me pull this screen over here and then share my screen. It is, I think it's not one. Yes. All righty, so let me move because I need to see myself. And I know you're gonna see me and Amanda on the other side, but at least I don't wanna see it. And then I'm talking to myself. Let me start my timer.
I'm not gonna interrupt.
No, you can ask me questions. All righty then. Let me pull these up. All right, so you can see that we just created this flyer that was meant to be printed. It looks beautiful. And then we have Adobe Spark video. Yay! So this video is going to be played. Like whenever you go to Adobe Spark video, this is the first thing that you will see. It is like a walkthrough into how to do a very simple video. So That's why I put it in there. I'm not gonna play it. It's 1 minute. So it really shows you like an overview of what to do in Adobe Spark. So like I said, I'm gonna go to Adobe Spark because that's what I do. Okay, and then just click on that. All right, then my face should be right here. Okay, so this is what I was telling you about, Adobe Spark Premium for Education. You have to have that. Just make sure you click on that and then you have that, right? Then you've seen this because Amanda showed it. When you click on the plus, I'm gonna go with video. Make sure that this is a no touchy website. So video. You can put like what is it that you're looking for and it will give you a template. I don't want to do a template, so I'm just gonna skip it. I'm gonna be a rebel. Yeah. And I am gonna purposely pick a template from here just so you see how it looks like, but you don't have to do this. You can just start from scratch. What it does is it gives you like the slides already tell, oh, look, this is the video that will show up. Or you can click on here. Just because we're doing demos, I have not clicked and don't watch this again. So I'm ready, and then there you go. Like, look, it gives you like in this slide, this is what you will cover. This is you put the challenge. This is the climax of whatever video you're doing. So it gives the students a guide, so they're not like, oh, I don't know what to do. But I'm not using those. But I wanted you to see that you have templates so your students don't feel lost. All right, so it looks like, OMG, what am I doing? This is like, so you're gonna add a new slide because I don't wanna use this. And it's going to be a blank. I'm gonna bring it over here because there you go. So I just dragged and boom, there it is. So it's blank, which is this one right here. I'm gonna look at my cheat sheet. Still sparking, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna do a video on encouraging students, for the STAR. This is something that I did the 1 year that I did the STAR. You're gonna laugh because it's
1 year.
Yeah, the 1 year that I did STAR. So anyways, all right, this is how we're gonna add text. You click on text, and the first one to say, oh, hello, ... Okay, so super easy. Now, you have options here to put the full screen, or you can split the screen if you like. You can have a picture here, or you can have more text. Caption, you would just put it at the bottom, but mine is going to be full screen. Okay, so that's the first thing I did. Then I'm going to add another slide, and I'm going to add text again. Why are you looking at me like that? And I think that's really big. So I'm gonna make it a little smaller.
It's kind of big font.
Yes. Wow, okay. So you kind of makes it like in the middle. So I'll notice that you have the option to make it bigger or smaller, the text. But since it's longer, I just made it like that. All right, so my next one, it's going to be a split screen. And I want my text on the white because this is white. I want to be cohesive and just make it all the same. So I want my text on the white side. I'm gonna say STAR test. Is that today? Okay, and look, you have these little arrows because if you change your mind, you can like bloop, and then he swaps it.
Nice.
Yes, you can always change your mind, but I want it white, right? Okay, so I show you how to do text. Again, I don't have a whole lot of time, or I'll be like a lot slower. So I'm gonna go back, and now I need a photo. Okay, so this is when I go to my. Let me move my little thingy down. You can't see it. It's a Zoom thing. Okay, here I'm telling you, this is royalty-free images and music. I'm gonna go show you how you can get ideas on pictures. These are free. That does not mean you don't give credit for something that is not yours. So you can download for free. I'm gonna go here and then free pick, and I just click hello person. And then this is the picture that I show Amanda. And then I take a picture of her, right? So look, if I like this picture, you're going to download this. Well, I pay for this. It's telling me, do you want to log in? I'm like, no, because I want to show you what it looks like on the free site. I say, I want the free download. And then look, the dog is so sad because you're not going to give credit to whoever created this. And it's sad. But look, when you click the copy attribute link, yes, he found his little bone. It's just a good practice to teach, digital citizenship to the kids. You have to give credit. So all it is you're going to copy this link and you're going to go back into your Adobe Spark. Let me remove these. And then at the end, you have credits. All you do is just plop that in there and boom. You have a slide for credits. Please use that if you're going to use pictures are not yours. But because I'm an overachiever, I did take pictures of Amanda, and I am going to take you to remove background. So remove VG, and it's we're going to give you the Wakelet, which is going to have to do it at the end. But all these links are there because I know you're going to forget. So you're like, what link? I don't know where he went. Oh my gosh. So they're there at the very end. So I'm going to click on upload image, and it's going to pull up my pictures. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the first one is, I think I know where that, like, see?
There you go.
Okay, so notice that I took these pictures and she's in a green screen, so it's easier. So I just double click and it's automatically going to remove the background so I can do a sticker again, kind of thing. So look, the background was removed and I don't want to download it yet. I am going to edit this. Remember that in FreePic, they had a not solid. They had a different color background. So look, I can put Amanda in a discotheque.
Oh.
Or she could be, I don't know, somewhere downtown. Or I can take her to, I don't know, Asia at some point. But I want to do a solid color. And I believe I use this purple because it looks like the sci-fi colors. So look, solid background. You don't want something busy because the focus it's her and the words. I don't want anything else outside, to be like calling for attention. So once you have this, you can download it. And yes, I want to download the image. And then that's going to be in your downloads. So when I go into my Adobe Spark Video, I click on photo, and I keep clicking photo, or double clicking, thinking that it is going to come up, but it doesn't. Look over. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm up there or down there, but it's over here on the right-hand side. So upload photos. And again, you have access to, if I delete this, the Google Drive, but I'm going to upload my photos. So it's going to look into my hard drive. So there are down here. Look at the ones I made. See, she's strong.
You wouldn't believe how much laughter came out of these
Oh my
pictures.
gosh, that was so funny. So it says, oh, hello. Okay. All righty. So I know you're like, wait, what did he do? I'm gonna do it again. All right. So photo, right? And then it's gonna look into my, you see, I was clicking again because I'm so used to that. Now upload photo. So you click on that and it's gonna open up your hard drive. And now you have to literally, I will go into remove VG and do them all at once, which is what I did right here. And then I had some fun over here, but so this is the next picture. Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, I'm gonna do it one more time because I'm gonna show you what, a little trick. So photo, upload. I'm gonna do it a little faster because by now, I guess you already know. Okay, but that is not centered and it's gonna give me like, all kinds of frustrated. So I am going to click on the pencil and look, I have a hand now. So I can move her to the middle and that face is just so funny. So I wanna make it, bigger. That's just so funny. Okay, you see, if it's funny for you, your kids are going to be like, yes. Okay, and that's what you want. I know it's like it's silly, but they're already all stressed out. So make it funny. Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you, look over there. And I'm going to bring the other one. Okay. Ta-da! Magic of cooking.
Yes. You just repeat.
Yes, just repeat. I'm going to pull these up so I can see. Okay, so look, I have all these that I did already. Okay, so this is then I added, the link. All I did is uploaded that picture that Amanda, created. So I have a storyline here, and I'm looking at my time. That all it is uploading pictures that I that I took. But it's important that you create a storyline. Before you take random pictures, you need to know what you're doing and what words you're using. That's important. Okay, so all there is picture, font, and then a layout that I picked in here. So that's all I've shown you. Alrighty, so now let's go back. And now the next one, it's going to be, this is going to be for 4 seconds. So if I want this to be longer, I'll click on that, and you have 30 seconds that you can make this, but you don't want her for 30 seconds. So if you don't have any audio, which I'm about to show you that, is you select the length of time, and here when you click on the little clock. All right, so if you want to record audio, like it's going to be my voice with Amanda's face.
Make it even better.
Totally accurate. Okay. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to let it, don't let go, because otherwise it's not going to record. Okay. Ready? Go. Oh, hello. Okay. Notice that this changed from 6 to 4. Why? Because my audio is 4 seconds long. So that's why I change it. And notice that if I click on it, it doesn't let me change it to 30 seconds if I want to. So if you want to make it longer, there's no delete. Oh yeah, there is a delete button here if you want to. But you can just record again and it will, keep the new one. It will replace. Thank you. Words.
No problem.
Yeah, it will replace the audio file. So I'm going to go to the next one. Oh, this is something else you need to notice. Look, that the little audio lines, again, words. I don't have them here because this has no audio. So I can say, why are you looking at me like that? Star test is today. I'm a first grade teacher, so yeah. I'm sorry.
That's a good caption for that picture.
Right? And then you can tell them here, like, remember how, well, let me actually do it. Remember to breathe. Use your 4, 7, 8 breathing technique I showed you earlier. There you go. So you can do audio for each one of these. I'm not going to because I'm looking at my time, but it's like the same thing. Okay, so here's when you can flip it if you want to. I have themes here. So let me go back and show you that if I push play, the font is and the picture is automatically going to be animated. So I haven't selected the theme, so it's automatically set to the standard. Oh, hello. Okay, alrighty. So this is the regular one, the light, and you saw this also when Amanda was trying to set up her brand. You have the light, medium, and dark. Notice that the picture is moving in a way, and then you have the font is a little different, the backgrounds. So you also have that the font moves differently. It's totally up to you. I like the fact that you don't have a whole lot because your kids are not going to be like, oh, what do I do this? Maybe do this, and they'll spend like a whole bunch of time in this. So
that's a good point, Manny.
Right?
Yeah.
Look, this one doesn't move, but OMG, those words were like, so I'm like, no, please
Yes.
stop. No, I don't even do that. So anyway, so I'll just like with a light, okay? Here is the logo. If I'm gonna click on the logo, I do want my stamp to show up. And I think it's going to, look, it's the Amanda stamp. But if I go to switch my brand, oh, well, you'll click in there, and then you will click, you will click the other logo, and it will change it. Okay, trust me, I'm a doctor. I'm not a doctor. But this is where you pick your brand. But look, it put Amanda's logo, and at the end of the slides is also Amanda's logo, which is good because it's just branded. It automatically adds it to every single slide. If you want to share in social media, like if you have like the Instagram or on your phone, you have the square with the white screen, you can change it. And then music. So let me move this down again. In the Wakelet, I give you websites that, let me pull it again. It is, where is it? That's not it. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. So you have Pixabay and free picks for illustrations, and you have Royal Music. So Ben Sound, let's go there. Royalty-free music. It's only 50 minutes. Okay, so you play it, you go like, oh, fabulous. Download, it's going to be free. Here, online videos. You can totally use this. Online videos, because you're making a video. Download, and then it gives you, you have to click, it's this example, and then this is what you're going to copy. And you're going to use this into your, let me go to the other one, into your credits, because you want to make sure that you give credit. Now, I suggest just stick with the ones that are here. I mean, right?
So then you don't have to worry about citing them.
Exactly. So I'll just, double click and it automatically adds the music. You can change the volume. I think when you're in Zoom, it gets like super loud, but it's not as loud as you think it is. So, all right. So because we are going to run out of time, come on. I'm dealing with the Zoom little links menu. Let's watch it and let's laugh. Oh, I have to push play.
Well, details.
Oh, hello. Why are you looking at me like that? Star test is today. Oh, I missed the word that. Remember to breathe. Use your 4-7-8 breathing technique I showed you earlier. We have worked hard. You have improved. I believe in you. Believe in yourself. Own your shine. Are you ready for this test? I said, are you ready for this test? Yeah. Yep, I think they're ready now.
That is high quality entertainment.
Thing I did in my campus, and people was like, "Are you okay, man?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just getting them ready." I'm like, I had Braveheart in my brain. I'm like, they're ready.
I think you had a little too much fun with that.
You see, and I am on time. I have 12 seconds.
Oh, well, see, we're good.
Boom.
Good job. Yep, we've been like cracking up over here. It's awesome. Love it.
Well, thank you guys for your presentation. Now, for those of you in the audience, I've seen so many people say, I want to watch that again. I'm going to back it up. So let me take you on a trip, not quite the same fun trip that Manny took you on, but hopefully it's got at least some useful information. So this is us here today. And the information you have is going to be posted right underneath. So let me show you last time's presentation so you can see it. So when you click down here, you can jump to the specific sessions that you want simply by clicking the links. Now, technically, I can't actually do that until our session is over. So in a few minutes, once our live event wraps up and it's all rendered in YouTube, I will be able to put those session links in there so you can just jump to whatever you want. So if you want to come back tomorrow, next week, or whenever, it's going to live in our YouTube channel. So feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel and get that information.
And the link for our Wakelet is in there. I just saw that you guys posted it because I fail at my job at showing them. I ran out of time. I blame Amanda for that.
Blame me. That's okay.
Oh, poor Amanda.
That's funny. So I have one last shout out, since on Twitter we were doing shout outs today. So I have one from our team. This is a team effort from all of us. So this is our team to you.
Greetings from the EdTech team.
So I don't know when our next session is going to be, but we look forward to you. So in the fall, keep a lookout for our next sessions and EdTech Live. And if you follow us, you'll be able to get that information as well. So adieu.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you
Bye.
next time.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.